as they try and knock down this tower. Be their first one of the game here. That's not really the plan to get aggressive in this one, but you can hear it.
Oh yeah,
Machine guns are rattling there from the bristle to pave their way down here. Good D ward from Crit. There it is, that ward.
Apa lagi saya walaupun mulainya telat. No, not going to do it. Terrorize holds it. Is just going to die, but with numbers coming in, maybe Shopify can find a little bit of retribution, and in fact they will. That's going to be Brile going down.
Lawan
so the big move gets
Shopify
punished.
Rebellion.
And they did finish getting that tower too, so they kind of already got their goals they want down bottom anyway.
Right.
And immediately just head right back up top.
Telat dikit nggak ngaruh.
Good defensive punish on that one. And I mean, it's only 17 minutes, so we're not quite into Roche time. Saberlight is definitely hitting all the right timings right now, though. Almost in towards that hairball. So 4 points in the goo, hairball coming out. Managed to get 2 points in the bristle. The respect. Probably because there's just not that many breaks in this game, right? Like, sure, there'll probably be a silver edge later.
But look at this, the movement over and finding Kasane. Saving a blood grenade for this late time, and no way to break it that moment. 30 seconds still on the Dream Coil. A counter smoke instead coming from TSM, but they're heading into the area where Saberlight's at. That's not an easy kill at all. Roll goes the wrong direction, sees that there's an Earth Spirit by him, and that one's just going to back out. Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of use of this twin gate being done right now by Shopify to try and hunt the side lanes.
Just almost creating more and more space here.
Yeah. No, and I mean, you can basically see Kasane is like, okay, I'm going to stay on the opposite side of the map, basically be ready to come in with my ultimate. Solar Guardian ready to go. Abed, will he get caught? Again, no real easy kills to bring down Shopify.
And part of the problem is it's just really hard to pressure tier 2s right now. I mean, part of it is that we don't really have a lot of like pushing heroes that are super popular. We talk about Zoo not being all over the place with all our summons and everything, but even some of those supports that can provide a little bit of better push, they're not as popular. And after that, it's just hard. It's just straight up difficult to get yourself into a solid position for towers right now. Feels like there's a lot of mobility too, so you're super vulnerable in those positions. You don't want to give away this like lead that you're building up. It always just feels safer to go back, farm, maybe buy a Midas. We got a couple of objectives on your own side of the map you got to be thinking about, like Wisdom Runes and Tormentors.
Totally.
So going deeper into enemy territory can get you easily punished.
Well, we'll see here. Manages to force back the Earth Spirit down bottom, and still hunting for anybody at all. They went a little bit further south, Kasane would have been found, but not doing it. And Arteezy's still just trying to
Arteezy-nya kiri Dark Willow.
Cores at the moment, or rather towards the Aghanim Scepter, not the Midas.
Nabet Pak Rip OTL baby.
Yeah, everybody's just trying to build up. No rush 20 minutes. Yeah, that's what we got.
That's where we're at right now. You know, there's certainly some items that are going to help a bit for the side of TSM. They do have that Mage Slayer, so that is 35% less spell damage.
Look at the damage done by the cores. They're just AFK farming at the moment. I love to see it.
And that's all spells, right?
Right.
So that is pretty crazy. And of course, with Dawnbreaker, you can utilize the Starbreaker, so you can try and hit it onto multiple targets and debuff them all.
Okay.
But, I mean, Saberlight's got to be the main target for that one, right? Because the lower spell damage, the less he's healing. Those are sort of the ideas here.
Like, there might be some weird synergy stuff, because a lot of...
Loh, buffering. Aduh. Kacau, buffering anjing.
It basically is up to Earth Spirit, I feel like, to find him in these fights. It's not going to be super easy.
I mean, you're seeing the Ags now, and it's not quite as intimidating without the crazy attack speed, is it?
Right. No, it sort of builds up as time goes on. But they're getting to where they need to be. No points in the Cursed Crown. Just getting stats.
Yep. Universal hero.
Top of
faster than average.
TSM ya.
6 matches, 18% win rate is a
sisanya
little
teman-teman
bit
di bawah
rough there, but
semua.
hoping to improve that one a little bit.
Anjing BB-nya, Cok.
Motto going the
Ribet
standard
emang BB
CK stuff
sekarang
that we've come to expect. Picks up Wisdom Room level 16. He's a big guy.
Wah,
no.
mati
How many times is
konyol.
it gonna happen? Honestly.
I don't know. Every time, I guess.
I know.
It's alright. I want to go back to base anyway. It's fine. You know, looks like you might think about picking up some tranquil boots and move across this map a little bit more. And, well,
balikin
taking
damage
advantage of a
critical
situation
DK
here.
nya
This
itu.
is raiding inside here, and they did manage to scan it.
So they know this is happening, but with no Tusk, they feel confident just running in. Already smoked up with 2. It's taking a little while to get here, and Arteezy coming in a little bit on the slow side to get into position. He's wanting to wait outside of it. Doesn't have a ton of mana.
It's got to be on Bryle, right? It's all on the roll, and then to the Dawn.
They've got to. They need to take it down, and they're going to claim it. So they managed to get the Aegis. Now trying to
Abed dapat Aegis-nya ketangkep, RTZ-nya langsung.
Oh, that Shadow Blade coming into play, and now
Modar. Sabernya ketangkep. Nah, ngasih punggung doang. Ditarik sama CK-nya mati. Lainnya mati juga rata, cok. 4 buat 1 Aegis doang anjing.
But that's that is not great. Man, try to sneak one away after they did the Tormentor. And what a scan as well from TSM. I'm not sure what vision helped them secure the knowledge that was happening, but what a great call.
Dude, you have this moment
1 Aegis tuker 4 hero. Cuma ini RTZ-nya ketangkep, cuk.
Oh man.
Of course, as that's happening too, as you can see, the heart gets delivered to Bryle. So level 15 with 3k HP. And then you're beginning a fight versus Bristle, who's already down like 30%.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, you had to tank through it. Again, it is that dynamic where you get a bunch of gold for TSM, more time out on the map to farm. Bryle, happy about that one for sure. But it is still Abed holding on to that Aegis. We'll see what they can do with this.
Oh, dude, all their stuff is such cheesy late game stuff.
Yeah.
It's such cheese. We got Dream Coil, Rapid Fire, Puck. We got this Dark Willow looking for all these late game talents. I think TSM have this giant window now where they just need to play some, some clean builds.
TSM tuh ada white mon.
Big carry going. Tomato, take them to the top.
Ngeri, Indo Pride
See if
juga
he can
jatuhnya.
manage to do it. I mean, he is definitely the carry in this game right now. He is going to hit so hard, going in for an Orchid next, hoping to find a way to maybe catch Abed unawares. Because again, Abed has no survivability items right now.
Yeah, and part of the problem too is that it's a lot of burst, and when you think about big saves from Elder Titan, it tends to be this like more predictable stuff. Like you have some crazy setup hero that's trying to do like multiple Kunkka plays or something like that. And it's like, oh, okay, he's about to torn over here, so I'm gonna have a little bit of time before the big burst damage comes in. CK just hops in, you're just gone.
Absolutely. Well, we are blessed this year to be able to hear into what the players were talking about. Let's hear it in that last fight.
He took the fucking Aegis of Puck, guys. What the fuck is this? I don't have TP for top.
Alright, so maybe they have their own thoughts about the decision making there of that Aegis.
That's great. I love to hear that. Wonderful.
That was the average Shopify Rebellion fan right there, actually. Someone in the crowd right now. Why did they give that to Abed?
Unbelievable. All right.
Aegis.
Well, he is going to have that Aegis, and we've got the Aghanim Scepter coming out in about 2,000 gold. But yeah, a lead right now for TSM. We have to see what they can do to try and build upon this. Obviously, don't want to go for Puck at this point.
I mean, I see double Mage Slayer.
RTZ-nya kagak counter banget sih ini.
I want to see some tier 2s go down.
BM dari
That's what I'd like to see. I'm not
IS.
scared of this Puck Aegis. You scared of a Puck
Marsinya.
Aegis?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. You probably
Tuh,
kill him
Marsinya
as you
juga
come out,
BM
though, to be
buat
fair.
counter hero kayak.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, we'll see. TSM, again, you just don't want to give up any bad fights at this point. Do need to be careful, though, because there is this movement down bottom trying to find Kasane.
If he survives this, I will be so...
Smoke broke. Oh, they thought he was south. He went up to the north. Gets out of there. Now, does he realize that they're all right here? He's going to pass by them, heads on over to the creep wave, not aware of what's going on, throws out the hammer.
I think he knows.
All right,
Ya,
Shopify,
kelihatan.
do they want to chase this? Abed,
Ya, kekejar. Ya.
nearby Kasane breaks the TP, and that's going to be an easy bring down.
I mean, that's
Apa?
supposed to be your free pick, right? Because you kind of know. Like, the Dawn's going to be playing this part of the map. They're going to be pushing either in your jungle or straight into that top tower. Dawn's going to be waiting to use the Solar Guardian to get in. Not going to happen there.
Diot lu, Cup.
Tomato going to force out the glyph.
Udah mulai
And
nih.
then probably consider going
Udah.
right back in.
Mulai bangsat.
Udah, Cup.
On Invis for
Ngeri dah,
Bryle.
no.
Visibility proved to be pretty effective in that last
Tuh,
big
cara main
engagement that
Master
happened.
Spirit gitu.
See if it happens
Blade
again.
Smelter.
Mana sih lu
Pushing
nonton
out the top
kagak?
wave right now, cutting the
Nonton
creeps.
anjing.
Use that
Gue
Phantasm
tahu
too,
item
so
dia
the
kalau
next
nggak
creep wave
nonton.
comes in, just take the tower for you, and that way Tomato can keep on farming with his main hero and perhaps even link up to his team. They're doing a bit of chasing right now, though.
Ini ke counter banget cok
Shielded
RTG-nya.
and invisible. You know, Bryle just all ruined up right now.
Jagoan
He's
gua.
just all jittery.
Yeah, he's
Ngeri dah lu.
On everything.
hard to kill,
Ngeri.
that is for sure. With Dawnbreaker back
Yeah,
up.
with 1600 shield rune.
It's not fair, honestly. Oh, Tomato just passed by a sentry ward, though, so they'll at least know that he's headed down south.
Dah itu Aegis. Aegis nggak kepake dah tuh anjing.
After the Maelstrom to go back for the BKB. Remembering that
Oh, Willow?
Kata gua dia Willow carry ya.
Yes, has to avoid the BKB if possible.
Tomato.
Gak lain nih
Willow
pick up.
carry.
Not finding anybody.
Makanya.
And full Bloodthorn completed.
Di Madonya juga agak lain anjing, Bloodthorn seru.
On the side. Do they realize where he's at? Yes,
Nggak
they will.
tahu tuh dia malah langsung mau ngejar ke Taras tuh.
Thinking about
Di Mado.
the roll. Bryle gets the
Oop.
silence onto two, looks for
Tapi-
more. Magnetize out, trying to follow up. Text now on the fly. Fly is gone.
Sakit banget
Stand a
anjing
chance
Timadonya.
there. Can they chase for any
Sumpah
more?
ini Abed tuh dari tadi juga
Snowball, a shard.
kayak
Oh,
bingung
almost
cok
caught
mau
there
gimana
onto
anjing.
Abed, but not quite gonna connect. And again,
Fresh
they
banget
dodge.
mereka tadi juga
They've been doing a good
ngeros
job of
trade-nya
staying
sama
away.
4 player
When the
anjing.
fights eventually happen,
Dapet
TSM are definitely
Aegis
coming out
tapi
on top, though.
Yeah, I mean,
Mati
that's part of the
4.
problem, though. So these intervals are just too far in between the kills
Ini
for
pertama
TSM.
ini.
Like they just
Iya,
need
main
to
satu
get more
baru.
kills right now.
Saberlight,
Tangkap nih,
jump
yes.
forward, try to kill him off. Hard
sakit
start to
banget,
kill, but they
anjing.
do eventually get him, but Abed goes down to Tomato.
Tapi mati
That
sih
was
ini
the
BB
reveal.
bisa.
The Bloodthorn doing massive work, and now trying to take down Saberlight. Can they bring him down too? Instead, pulls a
Kereta
crit.
ketangkap.
Apa itu silent?
This guy is unstoppable. He puts his sights on you. You are going to die. TSM, every fight has gone their way.
Nih TSM
So
Indo
immune
Price
right
sih
now.
dap
Puck
TSM
going
dap.
down, that's the hero that's going to be the one
Iya,
who actually like,
tahu.
locks you into
White
these
Mon,
attempted
coy.
sieges on these tier 2s. So if they want to just like follow that wave mid, could be an option for them.
Aduh.
Mau Indo Pride apa enggak juga ini
Mega
SR
save
tolol sih.
and looking to probably
Iya,
cement
cok.
Playernya,
up in this
player-player
the map here.
veteran semua cok.
Gonna take that
Gua
outpost.
masih gak tahu ini SR aduh kurang banget dari kemarin gua nontonin SR cok.
Have yet to see RTZ in a fight or even hit that many heroes. Has just been farming this entire time.
Kayak gue bilang dari kemarin RTG itu
They can take a favorable fight.
suka banget
like,
nge-throw
you think
game
about the
anjing.
big combo that can happen later. Dream Coil, Terrorize, Connection, the stuns,
Yeah,
right clicks, it's
yeah.
all there, but will they be able to get that fight, or is TSM going to be too big by the time it finally happens?
It's very reminiscent of these like core Witch Doctor games.
Right.
Where it's like if they hit the big ulti, it is absolutely insane and you will all die. But you look at that and compared to something like a CK where it should be a little bit easier to execute, you're hoping. Especially if Tomato probably angles it towards some sort of a blink item next.
Right.
Just try and secure the ease of these fights. At this point, they're definitely
Next
just
matchnya
playing
apa ya
for
abis TSM
execution.
Shopify
Take down
tuh?
this tier 2, great job.
Iji.
And then just
Iji
try and
iya
see the next
Iji
stages.
Iji
It will
lawan
be
Gaming
being
Gladiators.
as well, which is good news for them, since
Seru
they're
lagi
really
dah,
good
gua mau
size, they have
Dota
control
tadinya,
of that,
anjing.
bottom outpost there.
Habis
Oh,
match ini.
Buybacks potentially makes their lives a little bit
Gue
easier.
narik.
Their wisdom rune
Aduh,
is also
penuh
stopped
status
right
media
now,
gua.
so hopefully
Maksud
that's
gue tuh
stolen away
di
from them.
kiri
It
itu
could be
gue
a good opportunity
nonton.
for Shopify Rebellion to get a
Mau
little something
ditaruh
here on
gue
the
pakai
map.
main warung.
Goblok.
Trying to do what they can, but meanwhile, down
Ini
bottom
cuma penuh
lane,
anjing
you
meja
still have to deal with creeps in the base, popping Phantasm, sends him back into. Oh, he's sending in a little sneaky play here by Tomato.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Hoping that someone will TP back.
Yeah, and maybe gonna go for just one straight up kill. We'll see what ends up happening, but for now, they're bringing in numbers. Tomato, he's very far forward, Shadow Blade to get away, but they take a long time, and the tower takes a ton of damage.
He's kind of doing his best Jug impression here, right? You know,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
got BKB TP.
Right.
Not too concerned.
How close are we? I mean, again, it's really far from any
Oh,
of
that
the
was
big
a
items.
fast Roche, eh?
Oh yeah, that was instant.
That thing's right
Bitnya
back
juga
up.
main right
So
click.
we got a smoke go to the base here from Shopify Rebellion. Are they going to find somebody? Again, very impressed, honestly, with how much they've
Tahu
done.
nih si Abed.
Like, I feel like TSM, they
Bet,
have
bet.
a Earth Spirit mid, they got Tusk, they had early shard on Grimstroke too, so you can kind of feel really bold about it.
Ini kalau
the only thing
dari
I really
draft
like, I guess, would be like a blink on
kayak
CK
gini,
in terms
gua
of like the
masih
catchability
megang
of these
kiri
heroes,
sih,
right?
Cok.
All combined with Solar Guardian.
Ryle reveals
goblok
Dream Coil, they got the
bet.
roll-off. Able to dodge that one. Really huge play from Bryle. He gets caught there. That could go so south so quickly. And now Shopify, they have to back out. They got to go grab the wave. And
And if they check Roche right now,
I know.
no
That's
Dream Coil.
This would be the window. Ari heads right on over, but Fly is going to see it too.
Okay, that's big.
So they're aware at the very least of what's happening.
Ooh, Tomato just got Divine
Ari
Shell.
untung.
Oh.
Great item there
Apa?
on the CKs. Might
Si
save
Ari.
you in a bad situation.
They're just
Tadi
giving
si
it up. Yeah, deciding that
Ari
they
mati,
don't
Cok,
wanna
sama
go on in and contest the Roche,
apa?
I guess.
Tormentor
So they
anjing.
take Tormentor, get the Aghanim
Del
shard
lu dong.
onto Arteezy.
That's
Iya
gonna be really
anjing.
good for his first crown.
Nggak, kalau Ari sama Timado kan tadi berdua, kalau gue
Maybe he takes the
tinggal sama
value
temen
point
gua.
into who knows.
Tinggal ngecharge.
But
Iya anjing.
32 minutes in and TSM
Tormentor bertiga, tiba-tiba kok missing
gonna
satu
try
ya.
and close this game out here if they can. I mean, again, we're waiting for that fight for Shopify, but can't wait forever.
The cheese is even on Brile here.
Yeah.
Like, how's he gonna die? I guess
Boring
he doesn't
game-nya.
have a dispel still, so that's kind of huge.
Well, we are almost at BKB for Arteezy. Abed is queuing one up after that last death that he had. Anything else really that's
Kalintara.
coming out soon for the rest of Shopify to help them? Not seeing a whole lot yet.
Honestly, the Spirit Vessel from Crit could have so much value in this fight. If they don't get I mean, do you really want to commit Inkswell to like remove Spirit Vessel? Probably not, right? So there is a chance that Brile could overcommit and get Spirit Vessel and a bit surprised.
That's a fair point.
Because like he's kind of the big initiation right now.
I mean, he is still incredibly hard to kill. Has the god items of Heart, Blade Mail.
It's rather large. It's true.
Yes. As well as-
Kira-kira menang siapa berapa
And
dap?
perhaps a little bit of help from a Dawnbreaker as
Dua
well.
kosong
Prediksi,
jelas.
prediksi.
Alright, BKB.
Ya,
Prediksi
2-0
2-0 TSM ya.
If this works
Keempat lagi.
in the way that Shopify played, this is
Apa,
like the
gimana?
extreme way to play Dota. This is exactly what they
Gimana?
This is what
Kok ada
they've been searching for
parlay-parlaynya
all
tuh?
year.
Exactly.
How do we just farm as passively as possible and then just win the game?
I mean, it'd be pretty cool. Ward down. Ryo rolls in very aggressively into this area, and the rest of Shopify, they back out. Bristleback now has the Sanjin Kaya done. They've gathered all the items, gotten everything that they want. Will this finally be the fight? Or are TSM even going to give them the opportunity to? I mean, they still have 3 minutes left on this Aegis, and I think that's full heart on
It
now on
is.
CK.
Still no mobility though.
Oh, kick onto
Kok
one.
Valorant
Saberlight
agen barunya
back,
makin
now
gak
the fear,
jelas
the damage,
anjing.
it starts
Apa?
raining down on top of him, but the snowball saves
Iya,
there.
agen baru Valorant
Okay,
makin
now
gak
rolling
jelas.
in far
Emang
forward.
ada baru
This
lagi?
is already BKB used, and they
Ada.
have the damage that they
Mati.
need. Yes, indeed, they take down two. Streaming forward, hunting for Tomato, looking for Kasane.
Balik
Tomato
GSM-nya.
might be able to get out of here. Although the
Aduh.
invis slowing down, no, Saberlight doesn't fully commit for it. But that's the
Mereka nggak
combo.
berani masuk
man.
That's what they've been
karena
waiting for.
BB-nya doang ini anjing.
Okay, all right. A little bit of Dream Coil, bit of Rapid Fire, bit of Shadow Realm. That was a lot of damage.
I'm pretty sure that Arteezy doubled
Tinggal
his
pukul
damage
doang padahal.
throughout the game in this fight.
Yeah,
Nggak
he just
gitu
did
konsepnya,
4,200,
bangsa.
so more than the entirety of TSM right there.
Yep.
And yeah, he did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Doubled the damage in one fight. That's how this is going to work. We'll see what TSM are going to do.
This is bad news,
Answer.
Abe.
Oh, wait, TSM?
What?
Again? Oh, no, the Tormy!
Lihat dap. Timado mati sama
Racking up
Tormentor.
the kills
Yeah,
in this
dude.
one.
This guy's unstoppable. Both supports.
Enggak anjing
Bukan
dapet.
Timado si siapa?
Well, 4K separating them.
Jajang.
Still 2 minutes left on the
Jajang,
Aegis.
anjing.
TSM going to have to lick their wounds and
Ah,
get back to it
jajang
now.
mandor.
Our Shopify up in this top lane set to
Si White
a
Mon.
little bit of structural damage done to their own. Oh man.
Mereka
35
berpede-pede
minutes in,
banget
it feels
ini
like
Torment
the game's
berdua.
just starting. Tomato.
Itu
steps up.
gebukannya CK sakit
Don't have
sakit.
vision. They pop the dust. See him now. Abed onto
Ya,
one.
tangkap
That's
si
going to be
Ari.
a good connection. Takes
Mati
away their
Arinya.
save in the Tusk. And now Tomato
Ya,
starting to rack
Timado
through the
mati
damage.
nih.
Look at the willow. Look at the
Sakit
damage.
banget
The
tuh.
right clicks are there down to almost fully
Right
dead
click
in
ke
one
Willow.
round of Shadow Realm. This is scary, Trent.
Yeah. It's only a minute left on the Aegis anyway, I guess, but kind of frightening how quickly you might be able to lose it in a situation like that.
Tuh udah ada blunder
Inability
tipis-tipis
to take the tier
sepertinya.
twos is just killing them right now. Like
Makin
they were
dibiarin
so
makin
slow getting it
jadi,
done. Like
makin
sure they're all
late
knocked
game
down now,
makin
but it
ke
feels like this
kanan
whole
ini.
window that they had is just missing. And like
Iya,
now
lihat
it's
tadi
here.
blunder
The beast has
tipis-tipis
emerged.
anjing.
Alright, they need more blade mails. More blade mails.
Tadi udah bagus banget loh anjing pas nge-steal
Die just from
kill di
if
Rosan.
those right clicks are streaming out from the Dark Willow.
So currently it's a 5-second gap, right?
Yeah.
And Coddle's level 15.
Right.
Has CDR.
SR cuman tuh.
6.
Si Madonya ngapain, co, anjing?
Damage starting to come forward. Dawnbreaker ultimate already
Mau ngabisin
connecting.
Aegis kayak.
That's Aegis down. Now Abed soulbound together. Crit
Ah.
in no man's land. He's in trouble. They get the silence now.
Ini di warna kiri sih harusnya deh.
That can find him though and deal the damage that they need. They've already taken down
Dari
another.
warna kelihatannya harusnya
Wild
kiri
turn
sih
upon
ini.
Snowball save for the moment. Good damage out onto Fly. He's gone. And it's going to be a TP away
Lah.
for the Willow. Saberlight going to be brought down.
Sakit
The fuck?
banget anjing, anjing emang rusak, cok.
Once they finally
Mati.
isolate, they'll kill Saberlight as well.
Yeah, definitely need that combo, right? It is
Emang
finicky.
hero rusak,
Yeah,
cok,
Things
cok
go well.
anjing,
Abed got really low
BB
there,
tuh.
barely able to survive and escape out of that
Whiteman orang
fight.
condet ya.
Watching that one as well there from Bryle.
Nah, bisa tercondet.
And he still has that cheese too.
Oh yeah. Well, this one might require a couple of buybacks. You have 60 seconds before the Bristle is going to respawn. And do TSM want to try their luck going high ground into this? Man, it's tough. It's not easy at all.
Shopify are thinking ahead right now on the supports though. They're trying to go for 4 stats because like I think Tomato knows he needs Blink, right? So he just wants to like Blink stun Arteezy. And then if he does that and he's BKB'd or something, they don't really have any good saves, assuming there's any sort of detection there from TSM. So they're just going to try and like force Apple away essentially. Just gonna, like,
Okay.
Di
what else
Duro
can you
mana
do,
Duro?
right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Main tes
Dan
dia.
satu Duro.
kind of
Lagi
your
main
only
tes.
option.
Lihat aja
Gimana?
Discord-nya.
Unless we're going to get some Wind Waker.
Nggak tahu dong kalau itu.
Wind Wakers is probably a little ways off, but the rate that this game is going,
Sama
it makes it feel
kawan-kawan,
like we might
sama
see them.
kawan-kawan
You might as well
Duro
just
nya
start
kan.
prepping for them at this point.
Honestly, you
Terus,
can
cok.
see Dota Plus win probability up at 62%. Do kind of wonder if that's factoring into it, the insane damage that can happen. I mean, again, we saw in that last fight, if it's not done perfectly, this Rebellion draft very much falls apart. It's a tall tower on some shaky foundation.
And this is where you make this one change for Tomato, right? He gets rid of the treads and he puts in the point. Right?
Okay.
Like, I've just been waiting for this for like 20 minutes, but I get it. I understand why it takes this long on the CK and why you have to really be sure, like, okay, we are just committing for fights now. That's the life that we're leading, and we can just win this game. Like, if I get the kill, do we win the game? Yes. Okay, I'll buy Blink. You know, I'll make the big commitment right now.
Tomato needs to be that guy. He's 10,000 net worth ahead of the next highest in the game. And if he can find the right avenue, he can get the right hero caught out of position, he can win his team this entire one here.
Yeah, I mean, that could be Saberlight. Could be a Blink into immediate break. If he wants to go that way. It could be Abed, too, right? Abed still, you know, he doesn't have a Lincoln's or anything.
A lot of bounty runes down there for old Saberlight. And TSM threatening high ground. Necessitating Shopify Rebellion response, which is taking a little bit of time to come, and they're just going to claim a good chunk of the damage onto that tower.
Bryle with an interesting tactic there, spinning and waving in front of the tower, trying to entice them.
I like that.
Yeah.
Rotating out, going bottom, hoping to find somebody. And Shopify holding this high ground. Honestly, if he steps too far forward, he can die too. But no, now that Arteezy's TPing away, it's not going to happen.
Arteezy, speaking of dying, doubling up on the survivability, going for that Lincoln Sphere. So, same build that we were seeing at Ashiro before. Just trying to live, because it's all just about damage and attack speed. That's the goals that we're looking for here. And the other goal is Roche, which is back in about 35 seconds, right here. And once again, going to be Radiant side. So the roles have been very kind towards TSM in terms of the timings everyone's been killing Roche, and then the actual respawn times. And now look at these big level 25 counts. We got level 25. We got Roche coming up. We got Blink Dagger, CK. Surely,
Duro kah?
surely this is the time.
Halo.
They're going to win the fight.
We'll
Wah,
see.
udah mulai nge-smoke
Shopify, on the other hand, though, they're just thinking like, we're going to hit this.
Bapak lagi nonton kan, gue CS dulu ya guys.
Shadow Realm. It's going to be sick.
I mean,
Ya, sama coba.
to be honest, it is a
Ini
scary
lebih.
situation because
Ya udah,
if you
sono.
do
Sono
manage
pergi.
to find it, well, even if Arteezy dies, Abed's
Sono
starting to
pergi
deal
buruk,
some serious
pergi,
damage
pergi,
himself. He's got the full Mjolnir
Ya
completed.
satu game
Trying to
doang.
queue into
Nanti
the
Dota nggak lu pada?
It is a very
Dota,
short
udah,
respawn
sono,
time
sono,
on
pergi.
Roche, but TSM has not checked it yet.
Diusir gini gua.
Spread out. Well, first point of contact, Saberlight running down is going to find White
Udah gue
Pond.
CS dulu ya.
Tahu
Nanti gue join lagi.
di kamar mandi tadi.
Sono, kill him off. Trying to
Boleh
collapse on
diketawain
the
kan?
rest of them. Ari off to the side.
Kamu
Saberlight
gitu,
runs right by
Bang.
him, gets the blink away, but a little bit
Yaudah, nanti gue join lagi ya guys.
over on the other
Iya
angle.
ya.
Dawnbreaker
Ya.
ultimate down. Bryle
Begitu.
connecting, killing Fly. Saberlight
Cai lu
throwing
dong.
out those close sprays. Bryle rolls back in onto Saberlight. Abed is there, but they're having to back away. TSM all together. Inkswell onto Tomato.
Waduh,
Turns,
bingung,
wants to get a sun,
bingung.
his Soulbind is gonna connect
Bentar,
on
warna
and now the roll through.
Mati
Sonic
lupa.
into the heal.
Anjing.
Luminosity, and then the snowball save. That is what they needed.
Oh, ngeri.
Easy under control, down to half
Wah.
HP, goes back into the Shadow Realm, and finally
Kayak gak bisa
they're
mati
gonna
gitu
bring it
Saberlight-nya
down.
anjing kalau nggak digebuk
BB-nya.
Timado.
With the triple kill, he was so close to dying.
Goblok tuh BB ini sekarang ini.
Unbelievable.
Tuh, lihat tuh.
TSM
Nggak bisa mati
trying to
gitu
play
kalau bukan
clean up,
Timado yang
as
gebuk, anjing.
finally this moment has opened up for themselves. The
Kan
snowball
digebuk
means that
Timado baru
Saberlight
rontok kan
is gonna get
dadanya.
controlled, still dealing a lot of damage
Bisa juga
though.
anjing
But
itu.
Tomato moves back in, 3
Oh.
second stun, godlike.
It was right back to the laning stage
Iya,
right
itu
there.
fungsinya dia beli
It was
belakang,
Ari and
bangsat.
Kasane just jumping on top of our
Yeah.
TZ and blowing him up with the Walrus Punch and just the big damage there from that Dawnbreaker. Absolutely smoking him.
Man, that was so close to bringing him down too. That last swipe of the Luminosity heal brought him back up to surviving, and then of course that snowball save like you're talking about. Clutch stuff for TSM, and now a 10k gold lead and going to claim Roche.
And Shopify, they want these centralized fights here. This fight, we're everywhere. We're all over the map here right now, right? This is already after the Dream Coil. Like, it's dropped down right there. Gets a couple, but then it's not quite all this like amazing damage that you're hoping for. You're looking for this like absolutely wild combo.
And of course the chase down, you can see here trying to focus, kill him off, gets so close and bam, back up. He was so on the edge.
And look, RTZ's still at full health right now.
Yeah.
And he gets punch, swipe, boom.
Would have been able to get off a bunch more damage if not for that blow up there that came out from the Dawnbreaker. And now you're in a world of hurt. It's going to be a tough time
Oh,
forward
buddy.
here.
Oh, buddy. Phantasm Aghanims as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we got a couple illusions all around the map now.
Yeah, this is going to be
goblok
an
banget,
interesting
malu-maluin
couple
anjing.
of minutes
Apaan?
here. I mean, it's still not easy going high
Agak
ground
apa lagi?
against this lineup, but with double cheese and Aegis, you feel like
Hah?
you should
Kenapa?
be able to make some
Agak,
type of
agak.
play. Maybe that's what the Phantasm's for. Just send all the illusions in.
Well, I know I've heard you say never go high ground.
Yes.
Is now the time.
I mean,
Are they
with
permitted?
illusions? With illusions?
Should they have
Udah
high
mati
for
lu
permit?
anjing si Ari
Is this
udah
like
banget.
building a gate?
I think you never go high ground, Trent. I think that's the reality.
Mati lagi nih.
Ari, don't
Hmm.
die. Blinks away. Oh my god. Oh,
Apaan sih ya Allah
See
kayak
out right
ada-adaan
there.
gue main.
That's not the block of cheese, is it? No.
Oh, dude, how could you do that?
I wanted to see it. He eats a cheese, though.
Imagine the first block of cheese happens at TI.
That'd be crazy.
Be fitting.
Lagi barprem nggak?
17,000
Yeah.
net worth lead at the moment for
Warframe-nya gua
TSM, and
ini bordel
still
swing dong.
don't feel entirely safe going high ground, so the illusions are being sent in.
It's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the other options were maybe giving it over to Ari, right? I mean, he's trying to farm towards his own Aghanims. It's not the most reliable game, though, for pumping someone out with the Ags of a big Walrus kick and just, like, giving yourself the win. I guess Solar Guardian could have been pretty good, too, for Sonic. You know? Reject, Scrooge McDuck, get Donald Duck.
Okay.
That's what they were talking about, I think.
Yeah, that's the one.
Makes a lot of sense.
You know, I will say that I think the focus that we've seen from TSM onto killing Fly pretty continuously has been a huge part of their success in these fights, because that natural order can really start to rack up when you pair it with all this magical damage that they've got.
Well, both ways, too.
Right.
If he gets into
Wah,
the fight with
Allah.
Bristle.
Well, that's a scary position
Ah,
to be
udah
in, but he
BKB berarti.
decides to go for more. Still has that shield run, keeping him very survivable, but interrupting it. Saberlight gets to the far
Brille.
side, and now the
Brila tebel
Phantasm
banget, Cok.
don't have enough.
So
Even
gitu
when he walks in
cara
alone, they
mainnya.
just can't do anything.
Kelar.
Too tough. And in the meantime, down bottom, Tomato spammed his illusions onto the melee racks, and they got to deal with that quickly. We'll bring them down, though.
Bayangan TK-nya ngerontokin barak
Really
anjing.
well, though. I mean, it's a slow siege, but you understand the risk here, right? This is an extremely high ground defending team. Like, this is what they want to do. They want to catch you in like a 3-4 hero Dream Coil. They want Arteezy just sitting there doing his thing. And they're going to try and break that up, though. Ari, no buyback. He goes all in. He just buys the eggs. He says, team, I got this. So,
Well, you know, he's the first player from Britain to play at TI. He's taking a little bit of football here. He's going to play in the tusk, trying to kick people back and away.
It's a little more American football, I think. I think he's trying to convert a bit here, right? Through the uprights.
Silence.
Bertahap
Roll.
pelit ya.
Catches, decides to go for crit
Mati nih
instead
crit.
of the Willow. Now
Tolok sih lo.
throwing out the damage, controlling onto Brile.
Mati. Enggak,
Keeps
Cis.
the cheese a whole second round.
Uh.
So much damage out from that Willow.
Wah,
But
ketangkap
left
lagi.
alone, can they do
Mati.
enough, though? Abed Chase, he doesn't
Anjing,
quite
jago
manage
si
to
Bal.
connect, and there's the TP out.
Timado?
Well, not
Lihat
right
Timadonya
anymore.
dap.
Nine, the Saberlight. He's got the
Aduh.
block on him, but it just doesn't look like it's going to matter. Do they have enough to kill him off in time? Trying to
Mati.
kill him? And
Mati.
yes, they do. TSM taking a lot of damage,
Raka.
dealing a lot of damage, and everybody ends up
RPG-nya
falling.
tidak bisa apa-apa.
Well, it's kind of feeling like it's tickling if it's just the individual heroes there. I mean, how much did Brile just tank in that fight?
Tidak
It was so much.
I feel like all of the damage done was
Apa?
mostly on Brile. You know, he's just like making his way
Banyak
through the
ngide
engagement. They're
ini.
chasing him over and over, popping the cheese, still surviving. Got off 2 rounds.
Ada
The
segala
Shiva's guard to
Willow
boot.
4.
And just like that, I mean, there's no buyback on the Bristle, no buyback on the ET. You're going to have to do this one with just a couple of heroes at this point as they even break through backdoor protection and start to lay out on it.
Mungkin dengan strat mereka
Going straight
pick-pick kayak gini
in. Why
masuk.
not? Tier 4 towers, who needs to go get the racks? Trying to end this game right now. RTZ coming back in, but he's on the far side of the map. Goes for the terrorize
dan
play with a blink forward. Tomato dodges it immediately onto him. Goes for the silence. Nothing there. In trouble. Staff
Mati,
tries
dok.
to get away. Lane into
Bak
Ari, but he's
RTZ-nya.
gone.
That's it.
Kayak kertas
RTZ
anjing.
dead. 100 seconds.
No.
TSM clean up.
Really a draft kind of built from the ground up, I feel like, right? Getting super solid
Dari
lanes,
pick-picknya udah
some
kiri
nice
banget tadi.
combos, nothing complicated, just Grimstroke, CK. Lots of synergy in the laning stage, lots of synergy throughout the game. Grimstroke proving to be a solid hero throughout the entire thing because you have this hard dispel the team's been utilizing a lot with the Shard. And then, of course, on the other side of the map, Dawnbreaker Tusk.
Absolutely.
Worked fantastically well as well.
A really impressive showing. The crowd giving a little bit of love here. Got to give highlights there to Tomato. Guy went in 12, 1, and 6 at 32,000 damage, one of the highest in the game, and just never looked back. A really impressive showing from him. And for Shopify now, need to come up with some answers for what they want to do in game number 2. I got to say, CK looks scary, man. This hero's crazy.
Yeah, combined with the flexibility too, being able to move around the lanes, I
yeah.
think that's a super important aspect of why you're going to see it. I think it could easily have gone to Kasane with a couple.
Nyesel nggak ya
points
si
in
Fly ya?
like, and partially why Shopify felt
Apaan?
compelled to address it too. Some of their own picks. So.
Oh, yeah.
Keluar
Really
dari
nicely done
OG
here,
langsung
from
to
TSM.
Times Champion.
Moving forward here, like
Sampai sekarang dia masih belum
I don't think you can try to
nyentuh-nyentuh.
just count on this like late game idea next
Dia
time.
champion.
No, definitely not. Well, we'll see what the panel thinks
Dia
and what
ngapain
their
keluar dari
remedies are
OG?
as we head on back to them.
Kan
We're going to focus on
Ya,
everything
kan
that
waktu pas,
TSM did right here
dia
because
kan
T, Purge, you were
zaman di
talking
awal-awal
about, especially
tuh
you,
kan
Purge, you
si
were saying
OG
that this
kan udah
Earthquake's
menang
just going to
major
get this
sekitar
vessel
4
run
kali atau
around.
3
I mean, he
kali.
was very active. He was shutting it down, and they
Menang
focused
major
a
terus
lot
berkali-kali.
on RTZ, making sure this Dark
Tapi
Willow
di TI
wasn't going to
selalu
be able to hit
gagal.
any item timings early for himself.
Yeah, I was wrong
Kalau
here by
gagal terus
Vessel,
berapa
but he went Blade
2
Mail
kali di
instead,
TI
which
udah
is really
gagal.
cool because if you're playing
Langsung
carry
dia
Dark Willow, you're just like,
keluar dari
go
OG
ahead, hit me, you have
ikut sama
2,000
si
HP
siapa
and you're
Crit.
invisible. So
Dia beli juga kan sama
yeah, it was
itu kan
basically
farmer
pressure.
OG kan dua-duanya.
They sometimes lost 2 heroes to kill RTZ,
Keluar dari
but
OG.
he kind of needs to like farm constantly to keep net worth even with CK.
OG rebuild
And CK
kan
died like once as
sama
well,
apa
but
sisa
then
si
CK
Notel
did more
doang.
on the map than RTZ did. So it felt to me that the tempo was just too high for TSM. Yeah.
Rebuild
It feels like one of those moments at TI where you see
balikin
other teams
Ana,
performing well
balik-
with a hero or a concept,
balikin
and you try and
Ana,
kind of take it for yourself, but you
jadi
haven't
insert
really
jadi
done the
offlane
homework
dari coach.
really to understand why. Like, you got a Dark Willow here, it's pretty cool, you know, he's farming quite a lot, but then the rest of the draft doesn't really complement the Willow perfectly.
Ambil
You know,
top
Bristle wants
shot.
to make moves and make space for your
Juara.
Willow, ET wants to protect the Willow, Kottle's enabling a Bristle, like everything's a little bit off. Like I mentioned it during the draft, like when Bristle's the only hero that can stand up front and start a fight and soak up an engagement, yes you can counterplay, but that's no way to really play out the map. And with TSM,
Blok
all
banget
5
cok.
of their heroes love taking fights in the map, they love
Dapat
punishing a
Aegis
weak
itu kan
front
4
line.
hero
And
anjing.
Bristle, yes very tanky, but he can't tank literally
Update-nya nggak bisa
everything on
ngapa-ngapain
TSM by
juga.
himself.
I mean, there was the thing that you were saying, Sheet, that a Dark Willow carry could potentially play by itself if you get enough save items. And when, you know, we were looking at those Dark Willow items, there wasn't that Silver's Edge or that Wind Waker that we saw Shiro picking up in the LGD game. So maybe a slight difference as
Pusing tuh
well
RTZ suruh main
in
reload kayak gitu.
the itemization. Could have still worked and not needed to have as much team synergy if
Lagi
those
ide
items were
siapa
slightly
anjing
different.
begini?
Yeah, I guess there's issues like he went Mjolnir to help deal with the CK and stuff like that. He got Silver Edge very later. He went for Linken's. His item build felt weird, mostly because I think TSM played so well.
Dia mikirnya
Because they were finding him, right? You
BB-nya
had
bisa ngedepanin
Brawl, who was
banget
always
kali
like
ya.
finding his way into the
Ada
thick of
Cocktail
things,
juga
super
kan
hard
buat
to kill.
ultinya.
You had the Shadow Blade on Tomato CK. Like we saw a clip just then on the highlight
right
reel
click
of like
sama
them
pakai
playing
buku
this
belakang
Roche. They get the
gitu.
Aegis, but Arteezy thinks he's in a good position, but he's been found out. Like they did such a good job of
Mana ya?
scouting him and pressuring him in fights and making
Dia
it hard for
acak-acak
him.
sama
Like
Arteezy juga
pre-BKB, I
mampus
think
ini.
he struggled hard too. I do think he played poorly, sad to say, but I think that when you looked at the map for the first 20 minutes, he's constantly farming this top part on the outer parts of the map, and honestly, like plus to TSM, they went up there, ganked him and put a ward down, and then ganked him there again and really pressured him. But I think he could have played more with his team.
TI bikin
I just think that Willow is not like this weak hero that only has to farm.
Yep. Yeah,
Nggak,
and I
gue
mean
jadi
at Bristle as
Dota
well,
tuh.
like you're saying, when they're focusing so
Kan
much
bikin
on
kopi
RTZ,
gua.
did have farm.
Apa?
Unfortunately, it wasn't
Good
enough.
Kan
Bristol
bikin good day.
wasn't able to carry
day.
the game towards the end. TSM doing so
Padahal
much
tidur sih
for
anjing.
for themselves. They knew their win
Iya, udah
condition. They executed
tidur.
it pretty much perfectly.
Kemarin-
Were able to capitalize on every timing they
Kemarin
had
good
for
day sama
themselves. But we're going to have a little bit of a
Mustika
break up here. We're not going to talk
yeah.
about TSM Shopify Rebellion. Instead, we're going to have a chat with Tsunami.
We can
Look
talk
at
about the
Run.
region that they're participating in right now, though, because it's North American Dota. The only thing that kind of has me a little bit apprehensive is that despite it being an NA versus NA match, there
Nama
aren't
casternya
any
Tsunami,
Americans
coy.
playing. Bulba's the only USA player that's
Tungguin gak
participating in
keceplosan
this
gua.
match. So maybe we can broaden our
Goblok.
horizons a bit. We can modernize it a little bit. My friend, introduce yourself and tell me where you're from.
Hey, my name's David, coming from Vancouver, Canada.
All right, and how about yourself?
My name's Manny, also from Vancouver, Canada.
All right, a lot of British Columbians. So then, why
Halo,
don't we
bro.
indulge
Halo,
you then?
halo.
How about you guys want to do a Canada chant instead of a
Halo,
USA? We do the
boys.
USA all the time. How about a Canada? You ready? All right, 1, 2, 3.
Istirahatnya berapa menit ya dari kemarin?
Bentar. Paling kayak sekitar 15 menitan.
All right, that's good. That's good. I like it. But this is the road to the international. It's a very multicultural game that we play. Any Abed fans in the
15-20
house
menit
right
tangan
now?
sampai setengah jam.
All
Nanti
right,
lama
so why don't we
namanya,
treat them? How about a Philippines? Philippines. Philippines. All right. I mean,
Semangat
I
bro,
like
iya
it,
thank you,
but-
thank you.
you know, the classic.
Tunggu,
You
kecilin
mind
dulu suara
indulging me? Can we just do a
Twitch-nya.
USA for old time's sake? All right. You guys ready? On the count of 3. 3.
Thank you,
2,
udah mampir,
1.
udah komen.
USA!
Thank you dulu Dap. Thank you dulu Dap.
Thank you bang.
Guys, listen. It's a little known
Much
fact. Anytime
appreciate.
there's a USA chant at a
Anjay.
sporting event, a
Ngeri
baller
banget
gets
lu
a second set of
Inggris gitu
wings.
sekarang Dap.
Warms my heart to hear. But I don't want to leave out my panelists either, so I'll give it back to Nat with a Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi. Tsunami, he's so cultured. He
Yeah, no,
knows.
that's
I don't know if I
fine.
heard any other Australians in the crowd, but you better have been doing that one with me there. A very Australian calling. That's how you can find us in any crowd.
Ini siapa?
Makes
Pois
sense.
nggak
You
main
actually didn't
Dota
know?
Pois.
All three of us. I think there is. No, there's 4 of us. No,
Nah,
there's more.
Fab.
There's 6 of
Berapa?
us.
Oh, okay, I
Nah,
just assumed
nah.
it was U+2.
No, there are more. There are
Oh,
more.
lu
Enggak.
jawab sih anjing.
Or
No, in this specific
Enggak,
convention
gua ngomong
center,
apa emang?
this specific room, I
you
know
guys
there
know
is.
each other, huh?
Oh yeah, it's
Gue
a
kayak
real
agak denger
small,
ada
tight-knit
vape-vape-nya ya
community.
kontol.
But we could look towards
Febri,
Game 2
anjing.
for this
Nadit.
series because
Febri.
Enggak,
there's a lot
anjing,
going
depannya
on.
beda,
It's an
bangsat.
elimination
Ini
one,
vape-nya
we're
di
in
kata
the
terakhir,
lower
anjing.
bracket, backs against the walls.
Nadit
Do you
Febri.
feel that
Tai,
Shopify has
enggak,
that
ini mah di
mentality to be able to
terakhir,
bounce back,
bukan di
Coach?
depan,
I mean,
bukan di
they
depan.
switched up their draft. They tried something new. That was encouraging to me.
Batu.
But I think Dark Willow is
Lu
a little
batu,
farm heavy.
Repsol babi.
If you do want to participate more in
Udahlah.
fights like Sheep said, which is a
Udahlah,
good idea,
udahlah.
it needs to work. If you run across the map to go gank and it fails, then you're going to get massively out farmed by these traditional carries that have built-in farm mechanisms. So they can try to do something like that again, or maybe they'll go to comfort and go back to normal meta stuff. But I just feel like TSM's a step ahead here.
Look, it could be their last game that we're seeing in
Orang-orang
the road
pada
to the
bisa masuk
international
ke stream
for
gue
them.
nyasar kali
This
ya.
5-stack, or 4-stack I should say, outside of Saber has been
Bagus
together for
lah,
a
goblok.
very long time. It is a big one for them. We're going to see if they're going to be participating any further in the road to international. But for now,
harus
with their
berterima
backs
kasih sama
against the
YouTube
walls,
udah
let's have a
ditampilin
look
YouTube gue ya
and
kata
know
gue.
some more about Shopify Rebellion.
Cuma nggak ada yang masuk.
Ada ini tadi cowok Pois tuh. Kasih semangat gue masih Pois.
Seneng nggak?
Seneng lah.
Oh.
Seneng ya bro, disemangatin bro.
I mean, I think a big goal for the group
Oh,
stages was
Lah, ini Bulba sih. Anjing ini mau pemain tua banget, cok.
Iya.
And then
Satu itu masih warga mama ini.
Iya bener-bener pemain lama tuh isinya SR.
But at the same time, I think we got the most out of it while not getting eliminated. So there's some positive to it, you
Emang
know.
Bulba pemain.
Losing is learning, so it could be worse.
Sempat jadi coach kan tapi.
a lot of these young players, they play like all day. So being
Dulu
able
nggak
to match
botak
that
kayak
as
gini
you
cok
grow
anjing
older
dia.
is definitely the harder part.
I think probably individually from my role is just being adaptable to what the meta is, you know, and like use what you can and still be your own player. I think that's probably the
Secret
biggest thing.
waktu pas di IG yang
This year's been like
dibantai-bantai
some
mau.
weird position 4 heroes coming in, like some techies out of nowhere, you know. So yeah, took a bit of adapting. I think it's helped me become a better player.
Enggak, Bulba ini
For me,
Bulbanya
number
coach
one, like
cok.
the next like short-term goal is like making
Pro
sure
player.
that no matter what, we're able to play a climate pledge. To see feel the passion and emotions, and not just out of the game, but in the game and in the back room, and going through all like the strategy.
Iya kan coach
and gameplay
IG.
things, like it's like my favorite part. So just getting to that,
King botak
and
dia
obviously
tuh.
past that long term is winning, but just
Si
wanting it to
Bulba.
go.
That is a great short-term goal, and they can still make it happen. They're not out just yet.
Kenapa
They
namanya
are down one
Shopify
game
Rebellion,
in this
Dap?
best of 3, but they have to get through this one. They have to be able to make a
Ngeliat
comeback, and then
Shopee Indo
also
kali.
another best of 3 on top of that one later today. So that's game 1. You already mentioned Purge, some change-ups that could potentially happen for them, but
Marketplace terbesar di
TSM really
Asia,
did have their numbers.
anjas.
I want to go back
Sponsor
to
dong.
game 1
Tai.
and look at these stats
Ngeri.
because the numbers are impeccable. You talked about Tomato, how he only died 1. I mean, this man went 12, 1, and 6. Like
Ini
that
udah
as a
cok
position
SM
1
ini
is
2-0
insane, as well as
Lah
Kasani
buruan
doing
buruan
so
buruan.
much and
Jelas
Ryle too,
grafik
having
tuh
22
2-0 nih
assists for
TSM.
himself.
Played phenomenally. But that's kind of where I was going earlier when I talked about how Arteezy was never really a part of the game, right? I felt like TSM always
Arteezy-nya
worked
3-5.
together. They were always doing things. They connected so nicely across the map. It kind of brings in like the global that Purge talked about earlier in his bit. It's that you have this Dawnbreaker. It's so easy for them to bring their heroes together and do stuff, whereas Shopify felt way more disconnected. And that just reflects in all of their KDA and how easily they could take these fights.
I think it's also the heroes they chose. Elder Titan, I feel like, doesn't fit very well into this
Kayak gitu
play on the
kenapa
map
nggak
type
Willow
thing,
nya
because
jadi
while your landing
4
stage
gitu
is
ya?
okay, while your ulti does percentage-based damage,
Iya,
very good
cok.
at killing CK, and you're amplifying your team's damage,
Ya
you're not
better
always
Willow-nya
very
mid,
useful at
anjing.
gank add-ons. It's
Iya,
like you are
mid
there to
atau
amplify
4
other
gitu
people's
kan,
damage. That means
dibandingkan-
it's still going to take a lot of heroes
dibandingkan
to get kills out of it. Whereas if you looked at
Willow-nya
TSM's draft,
jadi
every
carry
single
anjing.
one of their 5 heroes is good at making a gank happen somewhere on the map. That gives them more options. They're more likely to be successful, and they're more
Masa
mobile.
ini udah
So
game
these are
war
upper
Black
hands that they
Cok.
had in the draft.
Yeah, I also like
Masih
how Ari in the
nyoba-nyoba
early game, how he
meta
makes those
mah
moves. He connects into a safe
agak
lane, so he
lain.
kind of amplifies Tomato's early game. Kasane takes the hit in net worth, but then they make that smoke move to go
Meme,
Arteezy.
anjing.
So the time that you've lost on farming on your Dawnbreaker, it comes back with just one clutch pick-off on the enemy carry. So they can, like the lanes go perfectly, and they're able to keep up and not ever get out-farmed, and then in your stride, they just win all the fights. So I think their position 4 for TSM as well, quite a pivotal part in getting themselves into such a dominant mid-game.
Yeah, well, in that piece as well,
Ngetro kayaknya ini Shopify Rebellion
talking
ngetro.
about how it's just been a
Biar
weird
udah
year
TSM
for
yang
them as
lanjut.
opposed for this change up towards more
Sampai
range
game
controls,
kedua
whereas he is
draft-draftannya
normally
juga
inclined
masih
towards
aneh.
melee.
Di
But we're
draft
still seeing
game
Tusk
1
being
sih
picked up. We've seen
emang
Tiny
benar-benar udah
as well in
ngetro
group
aja.
stages. Do you think with the potential of this being their last game for the road to the international to just go for that comfort, try and make it work for yourself? Know that this is what you can do, and you've won on this. You've been able to build, drafts around it before, so kind of rely heavily on that.
They honestly need to do that, I feel. Like, especially when you're one game away from getting eliminated. Like, when you think about Shopify, they are like the kings of consistency, where it's like the meme, of course, like, oh, Bulba picks our bed Storm Spirit, right? But like that type of concepts have allowed them to always be at the top, because they pick the best. you have to counter. If you don't, you just lose the game, right? And we kind of haven't seen that so far at this road to the international. It's been a lot of let's try a bit of this, try a bit of that, let's copy that. It's like we're not seeing their own homework bleed into the stage, right? So hopefully in this next game from them, they have just like the Shopify strat that they have, which is their true identity, and then they can actually muscle up against TSM.
Do we think TSM has that identity, a similar one, or because they are such young players that right now they are able to be molded, that Moon, their coach, is able to kind of draft whatever he wants for them, and that is that advantage as well. That's why we're able to see something like that, them able to adapt quickly to this meta that you mentioned.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think TSM is playing their own style since the group stage. Shopify might be forced to pivot, and that's going to be a lot harder for them.
Alright, well the players are
Berubah draft auto lose, berubah draft auto lose. Give update Nico. Still predict Shopify.
I'm not sure what to expect, Sheep. I need some guidance here. What can we have faith in?
Alright, we can have faith in the desperate struggle. Whoever loses this series is the third best in NA. You don't want to be the third best in NA. You gotta keep fighting. You gotta get stronger. You gotta get hype. You gotta bring out your classic.
One game they got if RTZ don't get out of the jungle.
And Shopify, they didn't seem confident in that strat.
Yeah, we had our video earlier from Shopify. I think it's only fair that we have one for TSM as well in their road to the international.
Parah banget coy emang. Udah bener-bener RTZ.
Udah pasti bakal hina ya.
Bener-bener ini cep, orang udah nggak ada yang di RTZ lagi loh. Padahal jago sebenarnya, cuman apa ya?
Aneh.
So after that, we started giving it back to our team.
Last match TI
Every time you expect us to win, we will probably lose. And every time you expect us to lose, we'll probably make a win. So that's how our group stage went for them.
Fight mode versus
I think Dota is really a team game now. If you ask other players, they think something similar where individual play is kinda losing value over the years. Not that you need to have it, but like it doesn't define games anymore. So I could have played the best, but we probably still lose. And if I play the best and I get mad towards my teammates because I play the best and they didn't, then that's only gonna create a snowball towards getting last place. It really is off pressure. I really learned to like turn the pressure into just like be thankful for like playing Dota and like all that. So I'm just happy to be another TI, you know. So like when I'm an old man, I'll be like, oh, you went to 3 TIs. And you know, I look back and be like, oh yeah, try really hard. So like, I really enjoy the process. When you do things bad, it only allows you to do them better. So I have this mindset that really allows me to play bad, and I don't feel bad. I feel like all I have to do is when it matters, I have to know what to do. And we're getting to the point where like when it's gonna matter soon. So the learning experience has gone by.
That is so heartwarming to hear Tomato, the way that he's been able to grow throughout, you know, international showings for himself, his years as a pro player.
Gue gimana terus ngeliat si Dura ngebuka CS 1000 emang merah bangsat.
Emang 1000 dia ngebuka?
1000 anjing.
Kok bisa anjing? Players just mature over the years. Right? If anything like Tomato, one of the younger players, but still he's speaking as if he's like some mid-30-year-old man who's like seen the whole life before him, you know. But he's still a relatively young player, so. No, it's cool to see players just mature.
Aku dia mah yang DIY apa yang mana?
What you need to do to succeed in this game.
And he's run the gambit as well. I remember the Stockholm Major, he got to finals, he lost it. I saw him at the after party, he looked depressed, so depressed. So he's been through those tough times, learned from it. I love his outlook now, it's great.
Overproc bisa bikin lo kalah, bro.
They don't really have that pressure on themselves. It's this lower bracket, but there's always going to be an ounce of pressure for that one, right? Knowing that it's a lower bracket, but he's just like, I get to look back and maybe out of groups, it's better than last year for themselves. So already a big props to them. They're one game up in this best of 3, but it is time that we move and look towards game 2.
Udah menang TI gue.
Kalau kenal TI lu main kayak gitu bangsat. Berapa tahun ya di Dota ya?
We're going to need some solid strats coming out from Shopify if we want to see a game number 3. That's what you really wanted to see. She wanted this NA bloodbath to go the full distance. Some bans in the drafts have already come out of here. So
Oh,
TSM is still going for that tree
oh
for themselves.
Moon
In fact,
Moon
I think the
Moon
only change
apa
of ban
Moon
to them
Zero
is the
di
Bristle.
TSM ini Moon Minder
Yeah,
Moon
the Bristle
di
ban
Moon
is pretty
Minder
nice. I think that
Moon
hero
Knight
was like very annoying last
Moon
game
Knight
because whilst
Moon
like
Minder
the
kok.
best thing I saw from Shopify in
Keluar
that game
Moon.
was
Ngeri
at
dah.
least while Arteezy was being focused down and like being chased around the map, Bristle was farming pretty well and he was kind of an issue for a little while. They're just removing that issue now.
Oh iya bener nih kayaknya picknya Shopify Rebellion nih.
One key component here.
First
Now
pick
you've got
langsung
most likely the
ambil
mid
Primal Beast.
You're going to seek that fight, seek the engagement, and if you have Saber on the same concept as hero, it's 2 cores, couple supports. Like you're bringing the full team to make that space for RTZ, rather than that previous game, which was again quite a lost draft when you think about Shopify and how they normally play their game.
And it leaves some flex potential as well with the CK now being banned in the first phase, because that's just such a lane-defining carry right now that can.
Tapi Spectre kayaknya lagi kuat juga dap kayak
emang kuat banget Cok dari dulu.
Di late game memang apalagi sekarang dia tuh kan cuma berapa detik ya? Berapa puluh detik sih sekarang. Yang
kalau dibilang kuat itu Spectre dari dulu emang udah kuat aja.
Putting the slows on them as well. If they do lane it into Primal, then because obviously being offlane, you can just
cuman dulu ya gitu nggak ada yang jarang ada yang pakai karena early game-nya PTP.
Disseminate, amplifies the damage that somebody takes. Very good against these tanky heroes. So.
Well, it's a great pickup for themselves then because it's Primal. I mean,
Jadi Demon
there's not
dari
too much
TSM
difference
first
in the
pick.
build that he does go for, so we know he's going to become that tanky boy. Some more bands coming out, Spec,
BB ban, Baratu
What
ban,
does TSM wanna do with
Muerta
their
ban,
wanted
Trend
ban? What do they
Protector
have to look
ban,
towards setting up for themselves?
Dazzle, TK-nya di ban
Probably something that combos
langsung.
well with Primal Beast is what they're thinking, or maybe like a lane matchup that where Shadow Demon might be a little too weak in the lane.
Muerta juga nih, Muerta hero rusak, BB ini juga, SB juga lagi rusak Baratum nih anjing.
Yeah, maybe just a ban that sets up their next picks. I don't think there's anything. I don't really think you want to be defending your Shadow Demon pick. It is just a support. It's rather like what cores are we thinking of, and let's protect that. I like the response to Primal Beast. I do think that Primal has looked like one of the strongest heroes in this tournament by far. Like the damage he does throughout the whole game. Even if you have like Shadow Demon and you hit your ult on him and you're not letting him just trample all over everything. I think the biggest thing I like about Primal is his ability to kind of get out and then re-engage with his Q.
Thing that when we talk about Shopify, it's the game.
Gamer terkaya di Indo keberapa nih ya?
Could get eliminated. Primal Beast, they played it once, 20 days ago. Again, 4 months ago. Another time, 7 months ago. They started, of course, in Lima Major, where they lost twice with it, where it was kind of his big entry.
Bukan gitu konsepnya, kan dari menghasilkannya kan dari gamenya, bukan dari YouTube, coy.
Oh, okay. And where has he not mostly been played for this team? It's obviously different, right? Primal the hero himself is changing, but always
dari
mid.
YouTube ya, YouTube selibet kaya.
I'm scrolling through multiple drafts here, but it's been a little bit mid. Yeah, basically mid every time I feel if I quickly glance through, but the fact that I can count on like 2 hands how many times they hit Primal throughout the entire year, whilst other teams are rushing towards every time. Again, it's a hero that obviously they have played immensely in their pubs, right? Yeah. But competitively, it's not been at the top of the Shopify kind of playbook.
Well, talking about not being at the top competitively, Magnus, we are going to be seeing him. We saw him yesterday. It went mid for LGD. Where do we see it going for TSM?
I assume it's probably mid. I think it's kind of a cool hero in the meta right now because it's guaranteed to farm with the skills that you have. You don't have to worry about some Midas thing to have super high net worth. So that means you can spend your gold on something like a Blink that allows you to make action happen and also accelerate a carry or other hero on your team if you want to. All item independent, so that's a cool thing the Mag brings right now.
And if it is in mid, then the Primal with the trample, you naturally want to play inside the lane. So Magnus being melee here as well, Shockwave into Skewer, get him under tower. Now you're not actually pressuring, you're actually killing him on the Mag into Primal matchup if this is the mid versus mid.
I'm leaning towards Shopify right now in general. I just think when I see Magnus, the whole thing of Team Spirit 1 TI was that you played around the shot and the skewer, and that was like what made Magnus so powerful. But then after that was sort of nerfed. Now he is weaker, and you aren't going to be able to just outplay a Primal. Cooldowns are so low that he can just keep going in and out. Like you have to be able to kill this guy, and now you have a Phoenix on top healing with no real anti-heal on TSM so far. On top of that, being able to use the egg to counteract this RP is going to be really nice and powerful as well.
What if they pair it with like a Bloodseeker or something, and then you get damage from Skewer with the Rupture? It's a good empower target. Kills
that would
egg
be hilarious, you know, with a crowd as well.
I mean, there's nothing funnier than somebody getting ruptured and you.
That's exactly it.
No one's faking that hero though. Luna makes a lot more sense. Just higher tempo, solid laning.
Oh enggak.
Ooh, and a
Snapfire.
This hero is literally dead.
But they want to kill the egg very easily, and they'll do that.
Probably position 4, most likely. Ari likes to play it, and we've seen it fall out of meta because the mid laners don't want to pick it up. Of course, the talent changes, preventing kind of how quickly you got to your big explosive timings. In support, you still have Cookie, your Fire, your Blast, like you're still potent in how you play out the game too.
I guess it's nice to take some magic damage, especially when like you see Luna, you think TP time, yay, we're gonna counter that one.
Ngeri sih kombonya ini yang
It's
kiri.
hard to pick illusion heroes like easily into this Shadow Demon, but it's still, you want a good carry matchup here. You're gonna have the aid of your Phoenix. I just want to make sure they can fight into
Ngantuk anjing tidur ah. Aneh. Aneh bro, lu nahan gua tidur. Enggak lu aneh bro.
The thing I do like about TSM's draft right now though is that their team fight just looks a little superior due to the fact that the egg is not a big worry if Snapfire can get in there. And then other than that, they have great team fight between Eclipse and the BKB Piercing RP. So it's gonna be hard for Primal Beast to channel his ulti confidently without it being interrupted.
Iya bener, Primal Beast center offlane.
Damage outside of getting close enough to the egg. Whilst you jump one hero, if you just throw an egg down, sometimes you have to retreat. But now you have this Monoba-Kiss to throw from a distance, so yeah, it's pretty cool. I think both teams are kind of similar in that nature. You've got a Primal plus a Sky, very quick. On the other side, you've got an RP and
Abis game ini gue main Dota kali ya?
Dota nggak ada? Core plus support combos will be having like the same kind of ideology.
Serius anjing.
Find a hero, get the kill, get number advantage, and
ngantuk.
And the center looks good for up-tempo. On the Shopify side, they can disengage better from Mortimer's Kisses, for example. That'll be less of a threat. But I don't have as much confidence against it against a ranged carry versus a melee carry. But he can definitely abuse his lane between Skywrath and himself, and he's going to be the obvious setup if Primal Beast isn't the other one for Sky ulti. So if they do catch heroes and Shadow Demon is not quite there, that's going to be easy kills for the Shopify side.
Still respecting the illusion here as well. Like this SD pick, when you think of course RTs, it's like Terrorblade, it's Naga, even Luna, of course they pick Luna themselves, but you know, it's like potentially final game, we're not going to allow you to have your Terrorblade and be in a super comfortable position. Another Void,
Yeah, Faceless Void also being.
Does TSM play Invoker? Or is it banned? No, it's in. I want to see something that can follow Primal around the map. Like my biggest problem right now is I don't think Magnus is going to want to respond in TPs. I think Shadow Demon's a weak support. So when Shopify start to move around the map and go on people, I want there to be a hero on TSM that can match that pace or just stop it.
Technically that could be like a Tide Hunter style hero, because then you put the Mag mid, you put the Tide off lane, but then Tide can soak up the initiations. A little bit of respect towards Brood actually. We didn't see that here too much. We saw LGD play it. Kasani, when I mentioned his initial entry to TSM, it was the Zoo, the toxic heroes, and Brood was one of them. Yeah, imagine getting brooded out of TI.
Oof. That wouldn't feel good.
That'd be sour. It's like getting Huskar. It's the same kind of vein.
No one wants that cheese, no one wants that toxicity at all. So last pick for Shopify Rebellion here.
Apakah yang akan dimainkan RTZ?
Maybe Sven is one of the heroes he's picked that isn't banned, and it's either that or Naga, or he's playing somebody new this game.
Are you afraid picking up a Sven of being in that melee range for the Shadow Demon, for the Magnus?
It's explosive, and they have so much frontline that an explosive hero will always be able to find entry to the game, because Primal with Centaur or even the Phoenix Egg will kind of cover your initiation.
Morpling.
Udah, makin ditai-taiin aja.
Power yourself if you transform into Magnus. We saw that earlier in the tournament. Just a huge amount of damage increase. Plus Skewer. So between Skewer and Waveform, you're very mobile.
Terganyang-ganyang nih mah feeling gue Morplingnya anjing.
How about just the hero in general, T?
TSM-nya pengelilikan, Cok. Ngeri.
How much he loves the Zoo. The Brood got banned out, so he does still end up getting the Lycan for himself.
Minder kayaknya.
Lycan definitely one that we're not going to be seeing very very often one that has fallen out of favor. So maybe let's touch more on that one, Dave.
Yeah, I'm going to wait about 5 seconds for Moon to leave the booth so he can hear. This is just like...
Oh, he's there. You can tell him.
You're playing against Shopify. You know, you got a last pick,
Simon
Moon. You can hear me.
nge-coach
You're picking up
sekarang
some Lycan. But, you know, Shopify, they're very slow. Now, like, when you look at their hero, they don't really pressure the towers. They farm backwards. Only Primal can really make their aggressive moves. So why not? Pick up a Lycan, start setting that tempo, pair it with a Luna. TSM, they want to get out of this game. They want to punch their ticket into a fight against Nels later today. And this is a draft that can potentially do it.
I think both offlanes are going to own.
Yeah.
And that's just on the mids to kind of like make their impact.
Well, I want to hear more from you guys. I think you guys have so much to say, but someone who's going to know a little bit more about this draft is Moon Meander, and he's joined by Tsunami.
That's right, I'm standing by with Moon Meander, who has seemed to deliver quite the
Udah pada
final
pensiun
blow.
ini anjing yang pemain-pemain di Shopify.
Man, it's been like the whole year where we last picked Lycan, like the whole year, and then I can't believe we got it in TI. It's crazy.
These people aren't doing their homework, but you are doing some different things. This is the first time your team's picking Magnus. Where'd that come from?
It comes from Top Set!
That's all I need to hear, then let's get ready for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Neil and Moon. I heard him from over there. Like, we're a little ways away. Thompson! I can't even do it. My voice is going to crack. Holy moly. A big pick to end out the draft. We've got the Lycan. Do you like it? Is it the right pick?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Fine. He's the Lycan. This is his thing. We got a couple other people here who've been the Lycan. You know, Matu, he's here somewhere. He was the Lycan. Arteezy, he was kind of the Lycan at one point as well. Even Old Man Fear, he was the Lycan. He was the Lycan mid. But today, he's the Lycan. This guy, what is it, 71% win rate, I think?
Magnus Smith,
all-time 38 matches, 71% win rate. That's just gross.
71%?
Yeah. It's one of his second most played hero after Beastmaster. And he's over 70% win rate. That's pretty good.
Sama-sama langsung
We'll
spok.
see if they can make it happen yet again here in this one as Bryle doing
Udah pasti aja yang pro player mah begitu.
Tapi belum ada gas-gasan ya karena anak-anak PSM-nya masih pada di tower mid.
So, nice ward there. Shopify off to a little bit of a better start. Hoping that things go better than last game, because I mean that was a demoralizing loss. You just gotta say it how it is. That was a rough one to watch.
Yeah, they look like they got kind of squeezed out of the map there for a while. I definitely had my concerns, not gonna lie, about TSM in terms of like the pace they were taking, but they didn't take any like super risky maneuvers, and they never got punished. Shopify never hit that humongous combo that they were threatening, and they just like kind of
Ari di sini mencoba mengambil Wonti di atas, tidak jadi mundur ke belakang. Buset, Saber Light-nya tebel banget. White Moon-nya terharas-haras. Dimado langsung ke lane.
But we'll have it in the river for a bit.
Just a little forbidden fruit.
Loh, Bonti tengahnya ditinggal.
There's just a bounty there.
Okay.
So that's cool.
I mean, somebody gets a bottle early, you get a free extra charge. Why not?
Di mid-nya Magnus melawan Primal Beast. Nggak badok. Perbadakan di mid.
It's the big thing to watch.
Yeah, kind of interesting too, because you're like trying to trample eventually in the lane as well.
Oh, fly-nya fly 5.
It's going to be interesting to see this one though, because the hero that we have not seen almost at all throughout the entire course of this road to TI has been the Snapfire. Not a lot of games, but as the panel was talking about, an answer to the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's just such a good counter. I mean, all it takes is that single point there into a little shredder, and you can handle that egg at its earlier levels.
As down bottom, Crit takes a lot of damage, but does manage to get the TP out. Ends up going away from that one. Not wanting to run into too much more issues. Already back to the tower as Arteezy
Buset, Morphling-nya.
on HP switching over and getting the Tango regen back in his direction.
Yeah, Morphling at least having some pretty high armor as well, so not the most intimidated by the constant wolf pressure, plus you know, attacks being relied upon here versus the Phoenix with the fire spirits. Has some defensive measures up here, and well, a defensive support as you can see down bottom here. Whitemon on the Shadow Demon.
Oh, just stepped a little bit too close.
Whitemon-nya mati.
Tries to get him away, but no. Saberlight gonna draw first blood, taking down Whitemon.
Nice maneuver forward there from them, and that's gonna hit level 2 there onto Crit as well. So more aggressive options open up, but despite dying here, I do think the Shadow Demon's a super solid pick. We saw Banned a lot in the first phases throughout this group stage, because he's one of these heroes that just denies the opportunity later to pick certain heroes, right? You think about like anyone who really struggles versus like these dispels and the constant purging, as RTZ being bullied back a little bit here. But the main thing in this game is versus that Primal Beast. Not only because you have this like low cooldown save versus his low cooldown ultimate, the other thing is that if you use the ultimate on top of him, he can't actually onslaught out. It is a dispellable buff. So you get ulti and you're just stuck.
So for those of you that are going to watch for that later, you'll see Primal Beast just try and run away, and then he's going to be doing the running man.
Mati kurirnya. RTZ, mati lagi kurirnya Fly. Aduh, Arinya dapat 2 kurir.
How are they going to deal with that? They have no tangos, no anything up in this top lane.
Jeez, I mean, Morfling's pretty broken in the lane, but he has his limits, you know?
Right. Oh, man, that could be a tough one.
He gets the Lotus.
That's fair. That's some region. They need that one desperately.
Yeah.
Ryle's just going to step up there, get a couple more hits onto Abed as he tramples through.
RTZ getting way down there. Gotta get down to, oh, he's chilling at 3 strength. There we go. Oh, that is just so ridiculous, actually, that a Lotus can save you.
How much value you get out of it, absolutely. Yeah, they still have a little bit of time before those couriers start making their way back out. We'll see if Ari is able to time it. Maybe could even go for another pick if they wanted to.
I mean, if he gets a cookie play too onto RTZ, right? You know?
Oh yeah.
Pretty low.
It'll be a blow up. Absolutely.
You just cookie one little creep, test the reactions there, perhaps.
Itemnya RTZ, circletnya 2.
Regardless, we'll watch for it. No early kills. The big hero that's definitely struggling so far is going to be the Luna, 12 and 1. And though Kasane has obviously gotten a pretty good start himself with the 9 denies, I think at least 1 or 2 of those were wolves.
Fly also starting with no bonus armor versus a Lycan and a Snapfire. It's kind of scary too.
Yeah, it could be a tough one.
But yeah, so far so good. Despite losing their couriers, it is kind of crazy that they're still looking this okay, to be honest.
Yeah. I will say, at various points when this team, Shopify, have looked their best, I want to harken back to the days of Fly on a Phoenix, you know?
Yeah.
This is his bread and butter as well. We'll see if that can make the difference for him. But already, decide to go. Kasane will get cookied to a little bit of safety. And the Wolves get sent out. Fly keeps the distance. The regen is now on its way.
Atasnya darahnya udah bersetetes-tetes semua.
Respawning and heading on out.
Kenapa harus Morphling ya?
Abed's heading on out to that bottom lane there. Spawning on a ward as he's just going to steal the bounty room. But this is a bit of a classic thing that Primal Beast will do. They'll often just rotate into the lane. Like they come to this bounty room, but if they see the opportunity, they'll utilize that early movement that you have with the onslaught to just charge forward. But I think he noticed that they were probably aware of it. Plus he's this wave pushing in, so way too risky unless you have like a guaranteed kill to go for that.
Mungkin mau ngambil ininya Luna juga kan
difference. Bryle comes on in and steals away that creep from the Primal. Still just sitting steady, trying to farm when they can here.
Itu pantulan-pantulannya.
Racking up though. Easy hoping
to cuma sebatas
get off
itu dia
to a better start and maybe be more active in this game than we saw in the last one. Obviously you have to wait for a long time. Azari will back out.
Mungkin viewer yang mau menjelaskan
Maybe can play at a little bit faster tempo with the
Iya,
rest of his
siapa
team.
tahu.
We had a
Dia mau
fantastic Morphling game
menjelaskan
yesterday versus that
kenapa
Magnus. I mean, you can
SR
really see the
ngepick
ability to
Morphling.
take advantage of copying that hero as well. So not too shocked to see it here once again.
Right.
Taking the skewers, of course, using that shockwave, getting yourself empowered, being the most important factor there.
Looks for a stomp. Saber
Kalau
leg.
ada yang
Not
mau
quite gonna
menjelaskan
connect onto
boleh
it.
guys ya.
Gives him the bing bong and heads off. As the 7-minute mark's coming around, Fly stacking up where he can, and likely going to see some movement around for the the Wisdom Runes rather. Another stomp connects, but again, Saberlight can't do anything really there to wipe on.
Yeah, very static side lanes right now. No twin gate maneuvers quite yet. Just hanging out on your own sides. And we'll see if that stays the same for the Wisdom Runes. I do see a line drawn there. Maybe,
Ada yang komen.
Hey, what do you think, Ahmed? Want to go the Wisdom Rune?
See.
That's what he's saying. He wants to smoke with ulti.
Yang
Go
komen
Wisdom
mas.
Rune.
Ari there.
Tetes.
Close. That was very close to death. But no, they're just going to trade him off one apiece. Although, maybe if that rotation, they know that they're
Satu
heading
hit
for the Wisdom
mata nih.
Runes.
Yeah, I mean, they scan, right? So then they say, okay, support's definitely there. Do we catch him on the way back, or do we go for Kasane?
Who is
Oh, and Ari TP's mid. He's going to catch the wave, so this might punish Kasane.
Yeah, it doesn't have anywhere to go. This should be an easy
Wah,
one.
mati Kasane.
They run in, tries to go for the side step. Control
Wah,
is
mati
there.
Kasane.
Oh,
Whoop. Nice save anjing. Mantap mati Kasane-nya. Apakah Abednya mati di sini? Apakah Abednya akan mati? Sepertinya tidak.
We'll have another shockwave. Thinks about throwing it out, but no. Won't go for it. Nice play.
Okay, not quite easy, but a kill nonetheless. As that's 2-0 now in favor of Shopify. So solid rotation, good punish on the support, heading over to that Wisdom Rune.
Parat banget si Abednya nih, keras tapi anjing. Primal
Not a
Beast.
whole lot separating all of the cores in this one. Centaur is top of the mark, but it's pretty even across the board. Waiting instead, more likely, for a couple of the big level 6s to come out. Obviously, Crit's going to be able to play pretty aggressively around the map with Abed if he wants to, comboing the Mystic Flare and the Pulverize. So Tomato will have to be careful.
Madonya masih farming.
Make sure he doesn't run into too much trouble.
Farming manja di bawah.
Take a look. And Saberlight,
Saberlight
Vanguard
udah
completed, trying to
Vanguard
finish
di
off
sini.
those phase boots next. There was a movement over where again they're
Tabrak lagi sama Abednya. Di save sama Whitemon.
and that is the defensive play they needed.
Satu.
Also going to make it back in time to stack the Ancients. Why not?
Yeah,
Rida tuh caster banget kan?
I mean, that's definitely the best thing about Shouty, right? Infinite stacking. Certainly why I like the position 4 when you can do it, because it's really easy to stack from the side lane, but wasn't really possible with the current setup in this one.
Right, and I mean, again, Bryle's out in the jungle. He's going to make this move now to connect on the Saberlight, who is managing to stun Bryle away. But this is so much space mid for Ahri and Fly to soak up some experience for themselves, trying to get those level 6s on Lycan. About to have it. This can definitely be a quick kill if they find an
Nah, ini
opening.
ngejar level 6.
I mean, they certainly have the more aggressive mid on Shopify, you would expect too, right?
Snapfire-nya.
To see it being Bryle, who's moving around, you kind of expected this Primal Beast to be the one who's hunting for these kills, this low cooldown ultimate, but Abed, he's a little bit busy. Like you mentioned previously, there were some stacks set up here in the jungle, so taking advantage of that, he wants to try and be the one to snowball, because you think about who's going to take stacks, like, you know, sure, all three of their cores can kind of farm them up, but Primal Beast can be the fastest one at it, and also the one who's going to get the most value out of it at this point in the game. So where can he actually take that net worth and apply some pressure?
One more wave lah.
Also, like Ahri, level 6 right now on the Snapfire. One of the absolute best do something supports, and well, they're gonna get a kill down bottom.
Apakah mati Saberlight-nya? Di RP, dorong. Aduh, Ahri-nya ulti kemana? Aduh, Ahri-nya ultinya nggak ada yang kena.
Oh, that is a nice dodge.
Okay, so not the synergy they were looking for there.
Not quite.
Yeah, definitely a bing bong moment.
Buang sia-sia.
Yeah, big ultis used is more time for Shopify to
Dua
start to come
ulti
online.
di
That is a tough hero though to
sia-sia
kill with the ulti, right?
saja.
It's definitely not guaranteed when you have that stampede versus the kisses coming out there. So certainly a disappointment though, because it is supposed to be kind of free when you get 6 on snap.
Phoenix sama.
This is a bit of a scary moment. Ahri does not actually have any
Apa
points
ya?
in the little shredder yet,
Sama
so will not be
ayam,
able to
ayam.
stop any supernova plays that are coming out. Abed still thinking about a play here. Does he want to go for an onslaught? Not going to do it.
Manusia setengah ayam.
Did not want to try and catch him.
This is a great voice line. I mean, I get why they're spamming it.
Pressure on the bottom. They're going to claim this tower instead.
Yeah, they've been working on this one for a while. Last time Bryle was able to drive them back,
Makan
but knowing
ini,
there's no
Morphling
kisses,
udah.
knowing that the RP was used
Sikat.
and no kill, even without a stampede, they're very comfortable just standing here and going for it.
Terus
Sonic
Snapfire
trying
ke
to apply
atas.
pressure as well with Catapult up top, but Arteezy just
Pandoy
waving
ke
at
atas,
him.
Snapfire-nya ganking, tapi Abednya ke atas juga. Apakah mati? Aduh, Kasane-nya langsung mau dimakan. Fly-nya datang, Ahri-nya baru muncul. Mati juga dua-duanya.
Oh, Shopify, they brought in numbers and take the finish.
Great
Nice play,
defensive tag there
that
too from Fly. Just to really secure things. It gives you the hesitation of like, I can't commit. Like, there's no way I can fully go for this kill right now. But then Arteezy able to just morph on down and go right back to farming like he was, and that's going to miss out on this pressure in that top tower. So big win for Shopify. Full pressure down bottom. They take the tower. They defend their top tower right now. It's just going to keep this pressure moving up top, where of course they're trying to extract a ton of net worth from this top part of the map. They can't lose control. Like, you think about how Gaming Gladiators often play when they're on dire sides. They love getting wards up inside this Ancients right here. And now they're even pressuring. Like, he's not far from there right now.
Langsung di silence, di save sama Whitemon.
Just misses there. Disruption already used.
Mati Abednya. Tipis banget. Aduh, White Mode mati.
So Shopify starting to get a little bit more aggressive after their defensive postures.
Masih
It's funny
terus
because I mean,
dari
this Lycan
Shopify.
last pick, I look at it and I'm just thinking like, oh, this is great because a lot of these counters that you see, like, you can't get the Lycan early because there's some pretty significant counters for the way you want to escape from fights with your ulti. You think about like Dream Coil, think about Mars Arena and stuff, but kind of the same thing's happening now with the Stampede, right? They're both countered by similar ideas here, and this Stampede is a big save in this one. As long as you don't get RP'd, you're kind of just out of there.
Exactly. I mean, maybe a disruption, but you know, disruption has some elements to it which are saving you anyways, so it's a weird position to be in. And they don't really have that answer at all for the Morph lane as it gets later and later. Need to buy an answer, I guess.
And now with the Blink Dagger coming down towards Saberlight, like, I would love to see Vision up in that top Ancients camp. Like, if they could spot when TSM are trying to get in there, trying to stack with their supports, having this like over the train movement of both the Phoenix and the Primal Beast, I feel like they can just like run all over this part of the map. And they just want all of this gold in here for their Magnus, for their Luna, right? Like, this is where they want to live.
Well, there is not going to be a Magnus at this fight easily, but they are setting up for this.
Mau hunting lagi udah nge-smoke
On the side of Shopify. Now they're smoking with Mag behind.
They're reading this move.
Ketemu sama Arinya ditabrak langsung ulti, silence, mati. Kasanenya ulti, mau ngejar ke arah creepnya.
Buset juga.
Buset, lari-larian doang. Kasanenya ngapain? Niatnya apa? Maksudnya gitu. Lari-larian aja.
Tapi ngapain dah?
Nggak ngerti gua. Ketangkap tapi anjing artisinya. Apa maksud dari si Kasane nih kira-kira? Gue kira dia mau ngejar si apa? Si manusia setengah ayam anjing. Toto itu cuma lari-larian tuh. Kalau emang nggak mau kan mending cabut tadi. Whoop. Tangkap lagi Saberlight-nya, Braille-nya, Lunanya TP, Timadonya langsung hampir
ada yang gebuk Supernova-nya dong.
Aduh, Timadonya TP forward coy. Kasanenya udah hidup, ngejar ke arah Abednya mati. Ditarik saja Morbidnya, dikejar. Ternyata tidak dikejar, cukup mau ngambil mid sepertinya dari TSM. Phoenix tidak ada Supernova lagi.
They never got the tower. Yeah, drew him right off, kind of forced the fight in behind. That's going to force the glyph out here from Shopify Rebellion.
Very back and forth type of game already. And you can see that fight handily won by TSM. Even though you lose Tomato, the rest of the squad
Tapi dari war barusan sih TSM
ya
untung.
And Abed, I mean, you look at his farm, he just has not been able to get the type of kills that you would expect out of a Primal.
It's very frustrating for sure. Like, there's just these little tiny stuns that come out there. Like, obviously the big save from the disruption, but
Timadonya tuh TP di situ terus mati gitu loh.
He had to wait so long for actually using the pulverize. He grabbed Tomato when he was at like 100 HP. He just like lived him for half a second, and Tomato dies. Like, okay, well, you know, I secured the kill, but it's not that impact that you're hoping for. So clearly he's kind of just hoping for the BKB, right?
Exactly.
Still a very BKB dependent hero on the Primal Beast, despite some of the nerfs to the item. Kind of has no other recourse.
And it's really the pain of you know, the first pick overall Primal Beast. You stop all of his movement with Shadow Demon. You cause so many issues. And even with RP eventually coming out. I mean, that was a whole fight taken without RP that TSM were able to win.
It has an arcane rune too here, so definitely just begging for a smoke
Ya,
right
tapi ini
now.
Shadow Demonnya buat nge-counter ke arah Primal-nya.
Go for RP play. Kasane also has the ultimate plus his summon here. He's got a Warpine Raider. Terrifying creature.
With the seed shot, you love to see it. I call it the Willow.
Menit 16 masih farming manja.
Acorn shot, seed shot yesterday. It's just thinking of the Warpine.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, they're equally as powerful currently in the patch, I'd say.
They're so scary, the big pine cones. TSM hunting mid, waiting for anybody to show up. Nobody is there. Tomato starts to hit the buildings. And a similar sight to what we saw in last game for TSM. Tomato off to a hot start and on a hero that can snowball.
Atau
Just
farming.
the one death
Gimana
has
dia
some more
balik lagi
stacks to
buat
go back
farming.
to. Already up to 3 points in Lucent Beam, and then 1 point in the Eclipse. So it's not this Luna who just feels horrendous when a fight actually breaks out, right?
Pada farming semua.
But that said, you do have the answer already done with the Centaur, with a full Crimson Guard completed. That is such a good item against this sort of middling damage that's coming through. Ryle hunting, finds crit, misses on one. Shockwave is there, slowed. Stampede tries to get away.
Apakah mati? Mati.
Everything in perfect concert from TSM.
He's just silenced me, but I just get cookie for the stun.
Kenapa anjing?
Thought you had a play there, but not quite.
Still, a lot used for just the Skywrath Mage. As Abed heads on over, picks up the Wisdom Rune, trying to re-salvage his game. BKB
Gamenya mulai membalik ke arah kiri sepertinya di sini.
This could be a decent window for them to fight.
Looks like it here.
Buset. RTZ-nya farming sampai situ-situ, bro.
Still no more from RTZ, but he is holding the point. So yeah, if they want to go for a fight,
they're going. Looking, Saberlight wanting it, not finding it. They couldn't quite get him.
I think you approach the tower with no stampede, since you're not gonna have it for the full chase down. Maybe just play this a little bit casual. Oh God, if they all come, this could be bad for Shopify, honestly.
Arinya mau ditangkap. RP-nya dapat dua. Dorong. Aduh. Apakah mati? Ada Timado di situ. Mati.
Delay di gue 18:46 nih.
Sama kok 18:46.
That definitely hurts. They weren't expecting, I think, the fact that TSM were still so grouped up just north of that part of the tower.
18:56, 56, 57. 18:9. Paling delaynya sepersekian detik doang. Bedanya gua sama lu. Iya bang. Ini udah membalik ke arah kiri di sini, ketangkap lagi Sentanya. Apakah mati? Wah, mati nih. Oh enggak. Ngebling langsung. Pitek ini SD-nya ganggu banget nih buat kabur-kaburnya.
Again, another reason why we don't see it too often. There's some heroes that counter Helm and the Overlord. There's some heroes that ultimate. You feel very counter pickable. So this is why even the hero's not that popular right now. It's still so important to ban against TSM.
Madonya megang
They
Aegis.
could just get it last and it gotcha. Right.
Kayaknya bakal ke bawah, clear bawahnya buat nge-push ke bawah. Braille masih di mid. Braille ngapain Braille-nya? Kamu ngapain Braille? Aduh, Braille-nya didorong, Supernova keluar, TP ke mid semua. Saberlight-nya keras banget. Morphling-nya datang. Diungkep aja Lunanya. Gila, anjing, Renco TSM anjing. Helping teammate-nya keren banget tuh backup-annya. Berapa kali tuh ke save sama Whitemon.
Huge saves there, just constantly enabling their cores to play a little bit more aggressive than you're probably expecting on Shopify.
Absolutely. That's what you need out of them. And a perfect lineup to do it because there's so much of this single target going in there trying to blow up one hero. You know, you got Primal and Skywrath. And even in that instance where they caught somebody so out of position on Bryle, they weren't able to play cleanup. And Kasane now just taking away a double stack of Ancients.
The piggy bank being raided here.
Starting to get towards desperate territory. I mean, still only 1,000 gold lead, but I mean, look at this group up potential from TSM. It's going to shred through buildings.
Yeah, just being led by this ancient black dragon. Moving their way through here very confidently towards the Tormentor.
Oh no, we've seen what happens here.
Now, surely no one dies on this one.
Be careful, Ari. Run, get out of there. Oh man, Whitemon's gonna get it. So now, Demonic Cleanse available for the Shadow Demon.
Alright, and what are they getting on the map right now for Shopify? They're taking some farm near the Ancients. They might steal their Wisdom Rune. TZ though, of course, very unlikely they would still be there, so kind of risky to go for. He will get the tier 1 tower top.
Yeah, the building's falling down bottom. This tier 2, they gotta know what's coming. It's the first tier 2 of the game. 4 staff done for the Shadow Demon as Bryle does see Saberlight in the mid, but won't go for anything there.
Fly even catching a wave down bottom here and getting some farm. They've really spread it across this map. It's gonna put Fly almost into the Yule Scepter right now.
Okay. Whatever they can do to get more control.
I mean, you compare the saves that we're seeing from Ari and Whitemon, and you think about how they play these fights here from Fly and Crit, it just feels so much more difficult. Like, with his Blink Dagger on Crit, who does he actually target with an Ancient Seal and with his ultimate? Because he's constantly have to worry about some sort of movement from a cookie, which could just like break someone out of his little combo, or a disruption save.
No, I mean, yeah, you're gonna need to find the Shadow Demon, I think. Like, they have to get him. Whitemon's free to do too much.
Wah, bisa tarik si anjing.
Sepertinya sudah terlihat akan 2-0 di sini ya guys ya.
Oh jelas.
Dari draft-draftannya juga udah kiri banget ini.
I played in 3 TIs. Oh, it was good. He did nice.
Yeah, definitely did.
Ada pensi guys. Ya ada. SR pensi ada pensi aja.
He's really trying to force them back right now.
Ini golden era lagi bangsat.
Shadow Demon Lunang even here. A little bit of vintage gameplay.
Kelas TI mungkin ya buat RTG kali ya.
Mix them up so you don't even know who the real one is.
The building is just going to fall.
Dari komen-komenan Twitch sih. Ketangkap RTG-nya. Tipping langsung Ari. Ah mati RTG mati.
Ngapain sih?
Aduh. RTZ.
Tapi dengan dia seperti ini nggak jadi nge-push.
Ya, iya sih. Cuman gimana ya?
He's just picked up a pipe. Yeah, they are going for it. They're saying that we have grouped up, we are strong
si
right
Ari
now. Sure,
bener-bener
maybe the
langsung
network
fight
isn't the
bangsat.
highest. You guys have been farming. Yeah, we've seen you all over the map. But our strength right now as a unit, you just can't match it right now. And if we keep bolstering that with a couple auras, like with a slightly, you know, unused hero here in the Snapfire, like one of the benefits of this hero is that she can pick up these greaves, these pipes and feel good about.
Mati.
Ari udah naik ke jungle sendiri tuh. Aduh, Saberlight-nya bakalan ketangkep sepertinya di sini. Magnusnya belum ngeblink, ketangkep. Fix mati Saberlight. Nggak mungkin nggak mati, cuman bisa buat buying time doang.
And how are you feeling right now on Shopify? I mean, you know, you're getting chased around the map, you're trying to farm as much as possible, you're watching these new items pop up on each hero. I mean, there's a Satanic, there's an AC done on this Lycan. They are peaking right now on TSM.
It's gotta feel like an inevitability. There's so much that is.
Apakah bakal bertemu Kasane dengan Crit di sini? Oh enggak, Kasane naik. Oh enggak anjing. Kirain. Imando pusing tire tutup.
I think he has to abandon those plans. Yeah. I mean, he's looking at a blink right now because they just have to find a way to create a fight that's favorable for them right now. Part of that is definitely the Scotty, which is done. Certainly a huge element of that. They also have level 12 on the Phoenix, which is a big deal, plus the Shard. So, trying to get the best egg possible. And trying to catch them before they get a Roche, right? This might be the best moment they're going to get.
SR-nya nges mau keluar. BKB pecah dari Bryle. Balik, seruduk balik. Klikannya berubah jadi serigala. Arinya buka ulti. Supernova di situ dihit. Oh nggak cabut Imadonya. Dihitin sama Ari. Mati Supernovanya. Tangkep RP di situ, ketangkep semua rata ya guys ya. Thank you buat SR di sini ya guys ya. Terima kasih banyak RTC sudah berpartisipasi di TI.
Bangsat itu ada glitch jelek banget ini. Anjing mukanya RTC di. Lihat tuh.
Parah banget anjing.
On the verge as the tier 4 towers are going to
fall. Dah GG, udah ketik GG, udah cukup. Nah, itu bro, itu udah, aduh. Waduh itu bro. Anjing Timadonya thanks bro.
Thanks between the teams, regional rivals of course. Good luck furthers. The thanks back and forth, but total heartbreak of course here for many fans.
Morpling
TSM's
anjing.
complete elation here. As thinking themselves, what some would consider an upset, but at the same time, like
Miracle baru nggak apa-apa dapet Morpling bang.
Pulang.
Absolutely.
Pulang. Udah lower bracket kayak gitu mainnya, aduh pulang.
But TSM moving on, looking incredibly solid. Again, a flawless game coming out from Tomato. The love.
Game 1 pick below, game 2 Morpling, pulang.
Tadi draw di band nggak sih?
Draw Ranger enggak.
I mean, you just saw that the absolute like wonderful team play as well, of course, right? I mean, how many times we go back to the support
Jagoan
teams
gua
game,
main
Arian
carry
White
bangsat.
constantly covering. They make it just so comfortable to be up front as these core players, and what 0 deaths on Bryle, insane game on the Earth Spirit game 1, and then towards the Magnus 2 in game 2.
Impressive showing indeed as we head on back now to the panel. Let them talk about all the actions and implications from that solid series.
Login po.
It was a beautiful display from TSM. Unfortunately, Shopify Rebellion going to be our first team eliminated in the playoffs. This NA bloodbath. It didn't go to the 3 games, Sheep, but it was still an amazing game too. I mean, TSM, they were just applying the pressure. They were keeping it on. It took one solid team fight from them, and they just went straight for the Ancients, straight for the win.
I mean, before we get into the TSM praise, of which they deserve very much.
Okay, all right.
I thought the start of the game looked good for Shopify. It was really nicely played from them. They had the 6-minute smoke from mid on the primal to top, killed that Lycan to try and stop some of his pressure. Lycan was trying to take the tier 1 up top again. They bring in the TP primal, they kill him again. I'm like thinking that they were making such nice moves. As well as like bringing heroes to the right things.
Nice
Like 12 minutes in
job.
the room,
Satu game terakhir
like they were constantly staving off the TSM
Lama nggak
to
harus?
make. And then it all just kind of
masih baru mulai sih ini, baru mulai.
The TSM support during this game. Arian Whitemon, the way
Barin
they
ya.
played their heroes,
Yeah.
destruction saves, cookie saves, for like all the highlights you're going to
Stay strong Arturo. Let's hope RTZ and Bulba finally leave Dota forever.
You're basically baiting the fight in, and for that it's like primal, he's either in the middle of the fight,
Bulba lul.
the disengage of course.
Hujat cok Bulba sama RTZ.
Absolutely picked apart Shopify.
Lohe ini kenapa Whitemon Pinoy
Yeah,
Pride
Brown
anjing.
popping off there for himself. The TSM boys taking some photos.
I never thought
autographs
of
with the
Timado.
audience there. Okay. Oh, it's Will. I was like, who is that man?
There's a fisherman next to him too.
Fisherman, yeah.
Oh no, that I don't know that person. No one knows that
Ngeri,
person. That's
Matu
an
Baman dan
ancient
Timado.
relic standing beside him.
Iya,
It is
Matu
tough to
Baman
see Shopify
mana
go,
ya?
but you're right. It does feel like a story we've had so many times.
Terakhir
of
dia
having
bukannya
this great lane, this great early start for
Secret ya, tim
themselves.
Secret
TSM,
apa Liquid
they're
ya?
able to hit their timings perfectly, Purge. They knew when they were able to apply this pressure and this Luna coming online and being able to have those active fights, have an active role, and have a pressure on the objectives.
Yeah, they really did hit their timings, and there's another cool thing about Luna now, the new shard, it reduces the damage you take, so it helps you so
Omega
much.
lul
Normally
RTZ
Luna
is
is like one of
garbage.
those range,
Omega
kind of
lul.
squishy vulnerable
The
heroes. When they get
fuck
on
bro,
top of you, it's a
dihujat
bad time.
habis-habisan
But
bro.
not the shard, you're like, I'm in control, you press the button, you take 25% less damage, and you do a huge amount of reflection. Well, not reflection, you just start attacking them with your glaive thingies.
RTZ
It's great against these
no,
primal
bring
beasts,
back
these
my
centaurs that get on top of
Matumba.
you, so it makes the timing even safer,
Matu
because your
is
chance
a
of getting
master
that pick
of
off that
we.
leads them back into the game, it just reduces it.
Liquid
We're really excited for the TSM
recruiting
boys that are
Timado,
continuing
Liquid
on, going up
recruiting
against Nouns, but an Empyrean has Moon Meander joining
By
him.
winning
So let's
next
see
year
what he has
again,
to
we
say.
deserve.
Yes, I do now. Thank you. Talking of excited, you look excited before the game. You looked excited just
Yang
now.
nonton
That was a hype
wawancaranya
win.
Simon Minder.
Yep, we're here playing the NADPC for the last time.
Okay. So when you were going into those games, both those drafts looked. Everyone was saying backstage that I think they won the draft. You guys were very confident. You clearly have a very good idea of how you want to play, and you executed well. How much of that is scrims, or how much of that is just sparks of genius?
It's mostly the genius from my teammates. I couldn't really do it without like having such awesome players in their roles like Brawl on Magnus, unconventional picks, Lycanthrope Master, and Luna on Tomato.
So before the game, Bulba said that this was a battle of new ideas between your team and his. Those new ideas, how much are you taken from other teams, and how much of this is kind of original thought?
There was some new ideas in this draft, like the Magnus and stuff. I think he went back way too back into Morphling. I think that's like the hero was a dream thing with the Aghanim, but here this patch, I don't think you want to play Morphling in the elimination game.
Well, there it is. Thank you so much, Moonmanda. Congratulations to you and the lads. Back to Matt and the panel.
Gara-gara pick Morphling
Moonmanda, the humble man that he is. I thought he was doing something else. I was like, as I'm saying the word humble, he was very humble in his interview, giving a lot of credit to his players, having faith in them being able to draft those heroes that he could, but also
pick Morphling di elimination game. Patch sekarang ya gimana ya? Salah cok, belum gue matiin. Ku sadari engkau bentar guys, salah guys. Rehan last game CS ya. Bukankah belum pasti kamu juga kan jadi dengan dirinya. Kita login Dota dulu. Kok kepencet CS? Dota. Bukankah lebih dulu. Sebab gue penuh nih, gue liat-liat.
Emang.
Kenapa?
Enak banget weekday.
Ngantuk banget weekday.
Enak banget good day bangsat.
Oh, good day. Mau Dota nggak -1 tapi.
Siapa anjing -1?
Itu gue ngechat si Rijeng mau ikut main Dota apa enggak. Tapi -1.
Lagi nge-push CS dia.
Kenapa dia nggak terima? Bukanya 1.600.
Iya.
Ayo wae anjing. Kok Discord gue capture sih? Tar dulu nih. Tuh kan kok gitu. Ah, pamer dia no, pamer dah, pamer. Ngeri dah, ngeri. Ngeri dah, ngeri. Aduh. Semua game rata-rata ya udah pasti kayak gitu, cok. Guys, min 1 banget guys. Dota nggak ada yang main Dota guys, para viewer. Ini Vicky Febrian main Dota nggak? Vicky Febrian. Yang mau main Dota min 1 banget. Butuh party. Boleh join guys yang mau main Dota guys. Share Steamnya aja. Nanti gue add. Bau. Ajarin aku dong bro. Caranya naik Vespa orange gitu bonceng cewek ke rumah orang. Ajarin dong bro. Gak ada sopan santunnya cok. Datang-datang ke rumah orang. Mana ngeribat lagi dap waktu itu dap. Gue spill kan kira-kira waktu kan. Nggak ada dap. Waktu itu orang berdua. Jadi kisahnya nih. Ini gue boleh gue ceritain kan kisah yang lu waktu itu masih yang sama tetangga gue. Rehan tuh pernah deket sama tetangga gue juga ada. Lo tau lah pasti. Oh, lo tau ya? Ya, dia pernah deket sama tetangga gue juga. Nah, terus kalau nggak salah waktu itu tuh gue lagi kenapa gue lagi minta tolong apa kalau nggak sama dia minta tolong apa gitu ya Han ya? Gue suruh ke rumah gue apa kalau nggak salah. Dia ke rumah gue, cuman gue posisinya lagi di luar kan. Lu gue suruh ngapain sih Han ke rumah gue? Oh, jadi itu yang lu lakukan di rumah gue waktu itu lagi kosong. Masuk ke dalam, pantes kamar gue berantakan gitu anjing. Cuek, so rumah semua orang anjing. Anjing waktu itu orang di rumah gue masih belum ada yang bangun kan. Si kunyuk ini si Acong berdua pagi-pagi ke rumah gue. Gue kalau nggak salah gue tuh udah bangun. Cuman gue karena gue tahu gue mau cabut kan gue masih ngantuk. Gue pindah ke depan, gue ke ruang tamu, gue tiduran di sofa sambil nungguin kan. Ini bocah berdua nyampe ke rumah gue. Gue ketiduran. Tau nggak bangunnya apa? Dibetot anjing gue baru kayak langsung tuk gitu. Dibetot cok gue kayak ditarik anjing nyawa gue. Mau marah cuma nyawa belum kekumpul kan anjing gue masih pelangga-pelongo anjing. Dibetot tok bego berangkat anjing gitu gue. Udah anak-anak anjing gue. Tahu ya. Lagi pengen main Dota ya Han ya. Gue masih lagi semangat banget main Dota soalnya nggak tahu namanya. Tuh anak-anak di sebelah pada main ini ya, pada lagi main apa? CS. Oh no, Dobah. Ngeri, ngeri, ngeri. Ngeri dah, ngeri dah. Ngeri dah. Udah cewek gue ngeri dah. Guys, ini yang lagi nge-stream. Guys, ini yang lagi pada nonton gak ada yang mau main Dota, guys. Kalian gak ada yang main Dota, guys. Ayo, guys, kalau misalkan mau main ayo sini main satu nih party gua. Ini viewersnya ada 4 nih. Ayo guys, nonton lagi. Ayo main, guys. Warga mute Discordnya. Kenapa? Ngomongnya dah. 2 menit. Woi. Udah. Guys, ayo guys. Masa kalian gak ada yang mau main Dota, guys? Gue tahu ini si Rehan gitu. Nggak tahu nih. Post game. Dari tadi kan udah gue share party. Kocak. Kayak tadi ya. Kayak tadi. Kayak tadi kan. Invite. Aduh, min satu banget, Cok. Ini para penonton nggak mau main Dota ini, para penonton nggak ada yang main Dota kah? Ini kayaknya yang nonton stream gue kena clickbait mukanya Blacky dah. Abangnya culun. Dah diaman. Ini partian gue yang lama udah pada nggak ada yang aktif, Cok. Nggak, partian random teman kampus gua juga udah pada nggak on lagi anjing. Teman kampus gua ada yang main Dota. Ini orang waktu ngasih gue set apa ya? Woi, goblok, tolol, blok lu dap. Bukan gitu. Ya serah lu dah. Apa tuh? Jadi gue nyesel, Cok. Gue sebenarnya nggak ngambil Esa Unggul. Iya, karena jauh, Cok. Kampus gue jauh, macet, itu capek banget anjing. Gue kalau ke Esa Unggul tuh ngampus, lah gue tinggal bener-bener. Ya, lu apalagi gua. Apalagi gua dari rumah gua ke dalam rumah Rehan yang masih deketan rumah gua ke Esa Unggul. Rumah gua lah, gila. Rumah lu belakang lagi di rumah gua anjing. Goblok banget cek orang-orang ini tai. Mana? Ya udahlah, accept aja lah, udah accept. Nggak apa. Ya udah accept aja selama dia mau mah accept udah. Masa kita mau nungguin berapa lama lagi, Cok? Nggak ada siapa-siapa lagi kita. Ya udah accept aja dulu, kalau dia live kan tinggal nunggu deh. Apa tuh join the party? Oh, ini legend yang tadi ya. Nggak beda legendnya. Zerion XD sama namanya satu lagi Korea. Mau nih dia. Ya accept aja, lu kan party leader, kocak. Kan yang kan lu, Jeng. Oh. Ya udah, gas dah kalau mau. Lu gas. Percaya udah menang. Ya udah, kick, cari lagi tuh accept yang lain yang request. Coba tadi yang request yang Crusader invite lagi. Jadi tadi gue ngebagiin di channel ini, Cok, no Bandung, Tasikmalaya tuh gue share-sharein. Rata-rata legend. Arkon ya udah, gasin aja Arkon. Tuh udah, gas. Udah, gas. Akhirnya, loh kan di cancel. Akhirnya kita main. Aduh, gue mau kencing lagi. Ntar nggak ke ACC, lama lagi. Aku kencing dulu. BB. Ben BB, Cok. BB apa? Baratum tuh ben-benin Cok, hero-hero goblok. Bacot banget, Cok. Bandung kambing. Apa dia? Lu main 4 aja, Jeng. Gue main 5-nya. Wow, lawannya Legend 1. Draw Ranger sama ini, Cok. Apa? Jakiro. Iya anjing. Mampus, Cok, di lane diharas terus. Lah, si Oda offline. Jadi gue offline aja, gue 4 cing sini cing. Tapi dia Sky ya. Udah bisa cing, bisa cing. Berarti yang selain nama dia. Ku sadari maksudnya? Wih, ngeri banget musuhnya polosan gitu. Setawa lu cing, lu juga polos itu lu. Tawain orang polos lu. Nah, gitu dong, gitu dong, gitu dong. Gitu dong, gitu dong. Harus. Ngeri dah. Tahu lu cing, ngapain sih ngetik-ngetik gitu sih cing? Bantai bang, ayo bang, kita bantai bang. Kick orang bang, kasih tau bang. Lohe, lohe. Enggak. Kenapa cok tadi guanya? Anjay. Wah, di blok cok. Nah, di blok apa diinjek anjing? Diinjek kayaknya dah. Wait, nge-lag cok. Waduh. Sabar bang, main santai dulu bang. Gue mau ngambil bounty dulu bang. Salah anjing, missing. Nasib gua agak lain. Wah, Wah, wah gua nge-lag. Wah, gua nge-lag. Wah, kon. Wah, mati cok tadi gua kalau nggak nge-lag anjing. Sorry Bang, gua nge-lag Bang. Mati tadi tuh kalau gua nggak nge-lag. Suara lu ini Bang, kagak kedengeran asli. Rehan pakai apaan? Ini mau bercanda mainnya. Nafsu itu Bang. Kacau anjing. Kacau Bang. Omelinnya Bang, goblok gituin Bang. Hmm. Emang sampah Bang mulutnya itu Bang. Ganti O-nya pakai E. Mati gue Bang, cabut aja Bang. Keren Bang lu Bang. Ini gue kenapa ya? Bentar dah. Kayak jadi nggak enak gitu gue mainnya. Bang, hampir mati lu, Bang. Aman aja, Bang. Cuman maaf dah, Bang ya, ini jadi asis semua gitu, Bang. Mati tuh Ren kebakar Jaiko. Nggak disuat anjing. Jeng, lu udah ngambil wisdom rune belum, Jeng? Lu lama banget Han, sumpah. Itu bakupnya untung bertolol anjing, kalau bakupnya mengerikan mati kita anjing. Pulang, ayo teman-teman, ingat pulang, ayo pulang, ingat pulang, guys, guys. Sabar Bang, gue seruput dulu Bang. Udah Bang, mantap. Untung lu gak masuk party mereka Bang. Anjay. Malam-malam udah sikat. Malam mau siang, mau pagi, mati, mati. Dap, dap. Pesbut, pesbut. Aduh. Wah larinya cok. Kayak nying-nying anjing. Mana dia cok? Mana dia anjing? Lah di mana cok? Lihat Jakiro, lihat Jakiro, lihat Jakiro. Mending lu matiin yang ini nih. Gue gak ada ulti ya, 12 detik. Gue ada vessel tapi. Satu creep doang, ngentot, pelit banget manusia. Gue naikin lu smoke lo. Jangan depan creep juga, Jeng, kalau mau nge-smoke anjing. Ah, ini mah emang agak dongo, Cok. Dari tadi anjing. Nggak pernah, Cok, anjing. Iya, gak tuh. Ngeri, ngeri, ngeri dah lu. Iya. Ngeri dah lu, Dap. Ngeri, Dap. Yang lagi nih monyet. Ya, ini kan dari tadi kita kasih space buat voidnya ini. Jangan ngelak-ngelak, Bang. Ambil lah, Cok. Kan juga cancel kan jadinya. Sabar, anjing, gue lagi beli ward. Bahasanya anjing, truk, Cok. Emang warat kan tadi di ward, lu lihat sendiri tadi lu ngomong di ward. Draw. Wih, siapa nih? Interaction Design 8 Mojo, salam. Yo, salam balik. Salam. Ngewe. Kenapa dia Kenapa dia ngetik ngewe? Gua OTW. Gua lagi lari. Lu emang enak di timing gitu ngentot nongkrol. Gue kesel gue ngeliat orang-orang main di es kalau tolol gitu. Duh, pede tuh. Jangan ngintip-ngintip gitu bang, maju-maju bang. Oh. Wah, dibalikin gua. gua gua ulti dia Laguna Blade. Sikat tuh, udah sikat, gak ada ulti, gak ada Laguna, udah sikat. Tuh diajarin coach Jeng lupa ada nih, aduh. Itu lihat primal. Anjing. Kedalaman. Kita sudah kedalaman. Bang tarik ke gua, Bang. Ke sini, Bang. Gua di sini, Bang, bukan di sana. Aman aja. Tormento yuk. Nggak kerasa duit aku udah 1.700 aja barusan profit. Aku habis profit 1.800 berkat saham sebesar Kok miskinan lu, Jeng? Tahu ya. Perasaan gua pos 5-nya yang udah beli ward. Tahu anjing yang dapat di. Nih taruh ward di sini, Jeng. Agak usah sini mau di sini langsung kasih kuning sama biru. Nih, tadi di sini nih. Kuningnya di sini nih kuningnya. Tipping 7 second. Wih, kasar banget, Bang. Anjing-anjing, Bang. Astaga, Bang. Kata mamaku nggak boleh, Bang, ngomong anjing, Bang. Kesan yang ngomong lebih brengsek dah. Set, bocah berisik banget anjing. Ini nih, oh, ya udahlah. Ya udah, yuk. Bang, Rosan, Bang, Rosan. Suruh Rosan kok agak autis sih, Jeng. Bang, lo mau ambil, Bang? Lo ambil aja dah, ambil, Bang. Jangan dengerin, Bang, itu ayam Herald soalnya. Kabar, guys, gue ada mana, guys? Ini mau sikat gak, bro? Ya, temen gua ngegas dewekan. Ngobrol kan, kalau mau tadi gue belingin kan. Ya. Udah pusing aja dulu. Gue no mana soalnya, Cok. Lihat gue dong. Ada yang bisa help gue nggak? Woi, gue diincer anjing. Gue diincer, cok. Parah banget anjing. Oh, asmara yang ternah mewarnai bumi. Yang ku cinta kan aku terbang ke atas di langit yang biru. Udah cok, gasin ini udah end banget ini game ini. Udah kayak gimang banget. Ada. Kata-katain bang, kata-katain tadi nge-kick lu bang, bilang gak terima bang, anjing lu anjing gituin bang. Nah, ini kan enak suara lu jelas bang. Tadi suara lu sebrek-kabrek ke bau-bau gitu bang. Iya yang ini jelas nih, tadi suara lu sebrek-kabrek gitu bang. Ya kan gue nyontoin tadi suara dia kayak gitu. Wah, gila. Nice chrono, bro. Kasih tahu bang, kasih tahu kalau lu tuh bukan kentang-kentang bang. Uhu, uhu, uhu. Tolong, tolong anjing. Lagi BM gue ulti anjing, mati gue. Bang gue mati bang gara-gara BM bang, emang enak banget bang BM bang. Gue kunyah anjing BM. Bang tanyain bang, nggak malu bang 56 15 gitu bang. Coba bang tanyain bang. Wup 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 wup. Pulang pulang, ayo pulang. Hmm. Nggak mikirin, nggak mikirin ya. Masih IGGG emang masih game 1 cok anjing belum kelar. Oh iya cok 58 menit anjing. Dah bandnya BB, SB udah itu aja cok. Di meta banget sekarang. Aduh. Kok lu last game gitu kan besok hari libur? Anjay. Lu istirahat jam segini udah gak sehat goblok. Alasannya biar tubuh gue sehat anjing. Kenapa ya? Gue lagi mau main hero-hero yang nyeturnya banyak gitu biar ngeselin. Night Stalker sih dap. Gas dap. Kalau gue sih Night Stalker ya. Lompatnya terus silence. Enak buat enak. Jeng, mending lu kasih ke gua Jeng, sentry sama opsnya. Kasih gua aja. Enggak opsnya satu lagi. Ops lu jangan 2 itu, jual satunya. Ops sentry. Bukan ops, sentry. Lah kan tadi katanya mau lu kasih kerehan. Sentry kan gue bilang. Ini put gay-nya put gay apa Pukna nih? Put gay apa Pukna kira-kira midnya? Tahu lu mulut lu. Tadi sih emang agak brutal ya. Parah, nggak ada orangnya parah. Jelek banget, ketawanya kun. Selalu. Jangan tinggalin gua. Tuh gua blok dikit. Itu tadi gua blok dikit. Untung banyak, Bro. Bang, kok suara lu balik kayak gitu lagi sih, Bang? Suara lu seberaka bro lagi, Bang. Enggak berani. Ambil, Bang, jangan gitu dong. Nah, aman. Dah, nggak sopan dia ngambil depan gua. Kabar dong, main aman aja kita, Bang. Selama masih pagi. Nah, itu orang gila itu, Bang. Itu orang gila itu. Ini emang emang lagi kayak gini-gini banget ya ranked ya. Kok konyol-konyol gini dari tadi NS, Good G-nya. Kan ada gua yang depan komuknya dia kenapa nggak dihook ya bang ya? Kok ngehooknya malah ke arah elu ya? Ke creep lagi dapetnya anjing. CM-nya, aduh, bisa ya ini harusnya. Tapi dua-duanya lembek sih masih. Aduh, lepas satu bang. Makanya, yang lepas banner. Masih punya stun kan lu bang? Nice bang. Hmm. Bang lu di stakin bang, gratis nih bang, lumayan bang, kenyang dah. Bilang makasih dulu bang sama CM bang. Nih push. CM-nya aja bang, CM. Aman, tenang aja. Nih gue 3 detik nih, 2 detik. Mati bang, goblok emang goblokin dulu bang sebelum matiin bang. Kok nggak lu teriak goblok dulu bang sebelum dimatiin bang? Oh iya, santai. Ngeri. Bang emang gue so asik bang, kata teman gue so asik gitu bang, parah banget bang, gue sedih bang digituin bang. Bang kok lu ketawanya XD gitu bang? Banyak nonton hentai lu dah. Sini. Ini, goblok, ngamun. Duh, goblok banget Han. Aduh. Tadi udah gue turunin. Matian. Ini goblok kan. Maaf dah. Maaf. Sumpah ya. Itu tadi. Lu kan mati ya? Kok lu pelit gitu sama gua? Nan ini kan nih. Kan? Ya. Nggak matian. Ini kok ini Wardet kan? Pesan tadi nggak ada. Bang, ke bawah lagi, Bang. Harusnya sih belum. Gue cek dulu nih buat lo. Nah, belum ya? Jangan lama-lama itu CM nanti ngambil. Nice. Aduh. Han, lihat Han. Harusnya sih masih. Ah, temennya datang, Bang. Bang. Wah. Sakit nih musuhnya, Bang. Wah. Iya ya, aman. Gak bakal mati gue ini sama dia. Aman aja, Bang. Gak usah takut lawan gitu-gitu dong. Geli-geli, Bang. Aduh, gue ngelek. Aduh, Han. Hasilnya dapat duelnya dari gua. CM sakit tuh anjing. Ada gua. Kayaknya Wardet. Nice. Ulti gua 24. Lihat gua. Enggak, gua jagain. Awas dia mau ngehook tuh. Dia bisa lihat gua. Ada yang datang di sini. Gua punya TP mau. Aduh. Bang, pukna bang. Awas bang, rame bang. Nih, gue pegangin kakinya bang. Ini kejepit bang, kejepit. Aduh, maaf dah bang. Sorry bang. Ular gue emang kadang suka nggak dikontrol gitu. Biasa namanya ular kan liar ya. Kadang suka gimana ya. Diem lu. Kunkanya kan lu. Kunka kan lu. Kunka kan lu dong. Lihat. Aduh, gue mau ngedile malah right click anjing. Sampaikan pada jiwa yang bersedih. Salam. Yo, salam juga Ref. Ini kenapa pada banyak yang salam-salam ya guys ya. Bang, ini CM dulu bang. CM bang. Nice. Duh. Jeng. Duh. Jangan ngomong doang, Jeng. Praktek dulu, praktek. Bang. Aduh, bang. Maaf dah. Cabut, bang. Itu lu diseruput terus itu. Keenakan, bang, diseruput, bang. Cok, gue nge-lag, cok. Anjing. Babi lah. Gue nge-lag, cok. Babi lah. Gue udah blink ya. Aduh. Mau ngapain lu? Lu mau ngapain? Duh. Gue no skill, Cok. Aduh, sorry banget dah. Bisa nggak, Dap? Kan tadi dikasih sama reject, Cok, di awal. Bang. Aduh, Bang, jauh banget, Bang. Ah, jauh banget, Bang. Maaf dah. Kalau udah segitu nggak kuat gua larinya, Bang. Encok, Bang, saman gua. Kok dia bisa tahu gua? Nice banget, Han. Terima kasih telah tidak diblok. Cok, gua balik ya. Duh. Keras dia, Bang. Nice. Sini kayaknya wardet dah. Kan lu belum nyampe, Han. Pelit banget sih. Tuh banyak jungle. Kenapa, Bang? Tiba-tiba Pukima. An ini nggak mau, Lan. An? Entot bahasan ciduk gaming. Ayo kalau mau smoke. Mau smoke? Ya udahlah ya. I'll try, Cok. Bocah pada ngilang semua anjing musuhnya. Wih, nice banget, Dap. Nice, nice, nice. Aduh, puknanya. Kembali lagi. Jar joget. Mati itu pukna. Mati, nice. Dah, push. Push mid bang, push mid bang. Dia farming buat teman-temannya, bikin rapir, bikin aganim buat teman-teman. Biar kayak alkemis ya. Kayaknya gitu sih. Kalau gue ngeliat dari gameplay itu kayaknya gitu. Gue nungguin tadi Cok di balik pohon anjing. Iya kejauhan. Maaf dah, maaf dah, maaf, 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 maaf. Tadi mau gue langsung cycle anjing, gue cancel Cok. Lu masih ada X-Mark soalnya. Nah, dia pasrah Cok. Di sini. Hahaha, goblok. Go. Go lu nah. Bang. Ikat bang. Itu bang, free kill bang. Awas tapi takutnya kebet anjing. TI12 gitu bang. Ada, gue selalu ada, gue beli terus. Ketangkap gua. Cabut bang, ada mantap bang. Semangat bang, kata bang kidnapping. Iya makasih bang. lagi pada happy beli, lagi win streak soalnya beli. Coba kalau nggak win streak nih mainnya teriak pada kontol, memek, ngentot tuh. Kalau lagi kalah mulu. Sampaikan pada jiwa yang bersedih, begitu ingin yang kau ini. Waduh, di duel. Nice bang. Awas bang, musuh hilang semua bang. Alah, ngelek. Ih, Han. Untung gua nggak balik lebih cepet, Han. Balik lebih cepet mati gue, cok, di hook push anjing. Ayo, ayo, Res. Gue ready smoke juga. Bisa, Res. Aduh. Bener-bener, Cok. CM-nya nggak belajar aja. What the fuck, Cok. Bener-bener AFK anjing. Bener-bener AFK, Cok, dia. Kenapa dia tuh anjing? Cing, selepak gua, Cok, sama Rosan. Iyalah dia yang paling miskin, Cok. Ngambek ya tadi dia di bawah sama Puts ya. Emang suara hook kayak gimana, Jeng, suaranya, Jeng? Aman aja, aman aja. Awas, Bang. Wah, gua nggak bisa ngetip Puts ya. Lah, katanya suruh end ya. Orang mau cepet ya. Cing, buyback, Cok, dia. Hahaha. Wah, gila enak banget, Cok, ngeliat recent game. Aduh. Baru tadi siang kita ngomel ya, Han, ya. Kita 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 main Dota nggak ada surplusnya sama sekali. Langsung dikasih sama Gaben. Dibahagiain Gaben dulu ya. Eh, lagi pada main bagus. Tapi enggak, Han. Tadi dua game terakhir musuhnya agak-agak semua, Cok, dari 3 game. 2 game ya. Udahan semua. Apa gimana nih? Boleh. Anjing, masih, Cok. GG Iji. Nonton ya. Nonton GG Iji. Gua habis GG Iji selesai turun dah. After. Emang gua kayak lu, anjing. Lu, Odap, Rijeng, tai. Temenin gua. Ayo nonton sampai match kedua, talon. Gila seru banget nih, talon. Tiba-tiba ada suara HP gerusuk-gerusuk. Ngorok dap jeme. Tai anjing. Ya, thank you, Han. Masih draft pick anjing game keduanya. Yang menang tadi GG Gaming Gladiators. Sabar guys, gue pindahin dulu. Ini terus.
Fights as much, it can be a big problem.
I do think that the enjoyable thing about having a Magnus that's willing to initiate is you are doing this damage, right? You almost are trying to bait out the Chrono, and as a PA, you can stand off a little bit to the side. This Chrono comes out, you know you're no longer going to be locked down in it. You know that it's no longer going to be a threat, and then you're there to come in, you get to clean up, you get to have your kills, you get to have your resets as well. So if you play it right, Faceless Void doesn't feel as much of a counter as a lot of people expect it to be, but you have to play very, very patient. But advantage of having a mag for you.
Yeah, I think it's awkward because EG have really good ways to pierce BKB, but if the Chrono comes out onto PA, they don't really have anything that saves. Because like if Triad is going to buy like a blink, be able to get his ult off, Faceless will likely have a BKB, maybe he could buy a Manta, whatever he decides, something that purges, and then it's like whatever.
I would love if EG was able to get like a Night Stalker in their draft. You put the Magnus into mid lane.
Apanya game Dotanya?
I think of course it looks very greedy because everyone's farming, but the mag empowered to PA will accelerate their timings. The fact that Gaming don't actually hit towers with their first 4 heroes, so there's no threat of, oh no, they're going to take a Rax in the first 20-25 minutes, right? It's quite like a mid-game timing from Gaming, and then the vision that you get from Night Stalker throughout the entire game. You see AA, you see Dazzle, the silence against Void. It could be really obnoxious to deal with.
Well, the remaining bands are going to be out for Gaming Gladiators. I'm more curious as to how Evil Geniuses split this, if they think it is definitely going to be that Ace off lane, or if... sorry, Ace Dazzle off lane.
GG actually has flex potential with the Tiny, with the Dazzle here, so definitely going to make it a little harder for them to ban.
Do you split it, or do you just go all in and be like, okay, let's remove any quote-unquote comfort for Quinn, make it so he has to pick up one of these two, and then they're going to be picking a different option.
I mean, you could argue that you're not that worried about Tiny in the meta, because not very many teams pick him, thus he must be weak. And then you just ban whatever role you're most worried about being swapped out. And mid-heroes, yeah, ban the best mid-heroes. That's a safer way to do it, maybe.
Yeah. So Quinn's been playing some Necrophos so far in the patch. Like, they could go for that route where you pick a hero that you tell PS, like, you need to buy a Nullifier now. But if you buy a Nullifier, you're not buying a good item to deal with the rest of the concepts in the game. But we'll see if they go down that route. They still, of course, have some, like, Shaker type thing, but okay. Go for a Tidehunter on EG. That's we don't want to lose a game. This is a very stable type of draft. If you look at it, it's got playable aspects for the entire game.
It'll definitely up tempo. I hope it goes Meteor Hammer. Take the safe lane tower without too much worry. Treant and Nature's Prophet will be good at setting up those gank +1s as well. So I think it looks okay. Get tanky, frontline a little bit, initiate for your team, make the Chrono less good.
Gaming need damage. It's just, they need damage. I can't, like, you're playing it right now into Tide, who can get the Meteor, but then if they get things like Pipe to mitigate this magic damage from like AA and tiny spells and like faceless bashes, it's like, where is your damage coming from early game right now? I don't really see their ability to fight, especially when faceless is farming.
And they definitely don't kill Tide.
Yes, they go for
a nice ball. Yeah, they need a magic damage.
Yeah.
Reaper Scythe will kill him.
Yeah.
But all the other heroes do not do well against Tide.
So is the Necro build, was it Blade Mail, Heart, and then Ags?
Yeah, sometimes that, or maybe Sange to increase your regen, or BKB, Shard, lots of things.
I'm sitting here, I'm just waiting for, all Gaming Gladiators players to pick their heroes, just make sure nothing cheeky comes up, that we're going to see something weird and wacky being picked up on the off lane.
It comes down to Dazzle or Tiny, basically.
Yeah.
We assume it'll be Dazzle 3, but...
I'd want to see Tiny and AA to be the supports, just because they play so well together as well. The amp from the AA with the Tiny, the Avatos, like you see a hero, as two, you can pretty much kill, like the PA you can kill by yourself, both the supports you can kill by yourself, so yeah, it's a nice combo. And this is quite a forward-thinking type of lineup, right? They need their lane to go well for Dazzle, they need AA to want to join with the Necro to keep pushing things forward, and Void, every time he has Chrono, he can't be Chronoing to save himself. It needs to be, I've Chronoed the Mag, I took a tower. I've Chronoed around Roshan, I now get Roshan with my team. So, yeah.
Alrighty, guys, we're not going to talk too much more. We're going to hear some more words, though. It's going to be from Tsunami and joined by CY.
Yes, indeed. I'm standing by with a Game & Gladiators coach. With first things first, I've got some thoughts on Game 1. Like, dude, why are we still picking Pango? Holy, in 2023. Can we play a real hero? Aren't you trying to win a TI or something?
Yeah, you know, Quinn is whining about people picking it in pubs, but when we play officials, we really want to win, right? So we will pick the Pango.
And you're doing it regularly, but this time he's on Necro, which seems to be just kind of a Quinn signature. Did he introduce this hero to you, or you kind of brought it up?
Oh, this was Quinn himself. Like, he played it in pubs, and he really likes these heroes that can destroy lanes. Like, he used to play a lot of Huskar. So Necro is kind of, I guess, is kind of new Huskar in some ways. So he's really enjoying this hero right now.
All right, well, let's see if they can bring you to a 2-0 success. Game and game number 2 underway right now.
Every single time we've seen these two teams match up in a best of 3 this season, they have gone the distance. But that game 1 was, yeah, it went late, but I feel like it was relatively convincing for Game & Gladiators' side.
Yeah, if you look at the net worth chart, if you look at the comeback potential, though, who had the greater comeback potential?
Well, you can only come back if you're behind,
Exactly.
so I guess that's Evil Geniuses.
And you can only go deep in the lower bracket if you're used to going in the lower bracket.
Ah, okay.
Evil Geniuses also are, as you mentioned.
You got to be comfortable with losing. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You must embrace it, make it your friend, and then you can rise above it.
That
is what they will try to do here.
It's a very interesting draft, I would say, on both sides. Like, we had a weird hero for Game & Gladiators, Weaver, we haven't seen too much of. Now it's going to be the Necrophos. But Evil Geniuses, they just have, I mean, yeah, there's a Faceless Void on one side, but EG has Ravage and RP. That's a lot of big team fight that they're bringing to this table. What do you feel like they took from that game 1 and what they needed to improve on going into this game 2?
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing to me is, again, they want to win their lanes a little bit more, so they picked the really strong laning supports, and the Furion and the Tree. They definitely should be stronger than AA Tiny in a vacuum, depending on how these side lanes go. But I expect EG to do better on the side lanes. Maybe mid's a different story in terms of the Necro matchup. C-Smile's going to have to do his best to survive there. Yeah. That's one change, and the other is giving Pakaza a hero that he probably feels more confident just ultra carrying the late game, right? I think PA has a better chance of just 1v5ing straight up if it really comes down to it than a lot of other carries. Still the case even after the nerfs. So I think that's some of the things they've adjusted here. And of course, trying to answer what Gaming threw at them, which was, for me, a very unconventional draft for Gaming. Like, they got the Ace Dazzle, which has kind of been one of his heroes to supplement this Aura builder that doesn't necessarily straight exist anymore, right? Right. It's a hero that does it through the spells to a degree. Very lane oriented, which is something they've done throughout the year but went away from for a bit. This is like, we want Dazzle in lane, and we want this Necro in the lane.
I was going to say, if you're going to win this lane, you're going to have to do it through skewers and better body blocking. C-Smile doing a great job on the opening and a TP in blood. Okay, bye-bye, Quinn. EG will take the first blood. You're supposed to win this lane, Quinn, and he's already on the back foot.
The only upside for Quinn there is that Matthew took it right. It did not go to C-Smile until the goal, but damn, that is so nice for C-Smile. Didn't even have to spend any resources on it. Gets full wave here, denies, it's going to push into him.
I will say, counterpoint to that though, it is really dangerous if Matthew gets ahead, right? Earn early Spirit Vessel against the Necrophos. I mean, he's going to be looking at mid a lot, I'm sure. And if he starts getting those items, then Quinn's game is going to become so much harder.
It's a great Vessel game. I mean, all 3 of these cores pretty much rely on getting their HP back, right?
Yep.
And that's the upside of the synergy for gaming, is the Dazzle with the Shallow Grave on a Necro or a Faceless Void is pretty devastating if it occurs in the fight, right? You get the time walk off, you get the heal off, suddenly that whole fight turns. There's no real anti-healing on either side. Vessel is, you know, the one thing they can have going for them in that area, and if Matthew gets it fast, it is going to be devastating on the map. I think this Tide Hunter, you were talking about the zones of control. I mean, that's another reason Tide's here. Tide should find the backline or guarantee that the initiation precludes the Dazzle from getting the save off. Sure. It's an old school Dazzle counter. You go in with the Ravage. I mean, it's pretty hard to Shallow Grave the guy that gets gone on. You just burst him with the Phantom Assassin. That's probably what EG are looking for as this game progresses, whereas if you're gaming, you want to go in with the Necro, frontline it up, and then get a great Chronosphere, ideally on the mag or like the supports. Just burst it down with the magic damage.
I was going to say, if you don't get him with the Ravage, you already got a second opportunity with the reverse polarity. Instead, Avalanche going to try and cover them here as they retreat, but the rotation from Matthew will net them the kill first on the Ace before he falls. So 1-for-1 trade-off there, but ultimately the core dying on the side of Game & Gladiators. Matthew is having his impact felt, and you did say they drafted for strong lanes. Outside of this mid sort of situation, situation than C-Smile, but Matthew and...
There's nothing you can do about last pick Necro. I mean, yeah, you know, like CY was saying, the man enjoys playing Necro right now. That's absolutely disgusting. I don't know who enjoys playing Necro, but it will win the lane. There's just no way around it. That first split definitely helped, but this is about the side lanes. EG wants to come off strong in the side lanes, and they're not easy ones to necessarily combat when you're going to leave the Tide alone, but that's what the Furion's designed to do. I mean, if you're going to pick one support in the meta that's going to win 2 side lanes, it's Furion. Or at least, I guess, you know, 1 side lane and 1 mid, but 2 out of the 3.
Sure.
So Matthew's rotation is super important for EG here, particularly
combining it, toss back with the poison is going to be a big problem. They toss him back into the creeps. A big heal pit. It's not quite enough damage to burst down the stream protector because now they can make a rebuttal here. Slow down Ace before he gets away too deep into the trees and kill him.
And EG are happy every time this happens. It's XP and gold for Matthew. The cause stays up, extra gold for him, and they're shutting down Ace a little bit. Still, I mean, Ace is getting a decent amount out of this lane, so you have to keep committing to this. His TP is on cooldown for 20 seconds, and they brought Celery up here. So that's what you're looking for if you're EG. Get the Tide in a one-on-one, and you're looking at who's at the top of the CS chart right now. It's Whisper, who has basically been left alone in the one-on-two. Yeah, Gaming felt like they couldn't punish the Tide enough with an AA Void going into the tanky early ring of health with the start Whisper had. I don't know if Whisper start should have been this good with how fast Matthew left the lane, but damn, he is just getting the world down here. Solo XP, untouched. He's going to be big.
Now, I brought up the Earth Spirit Vessel on Matthew, but he's opting for the Medallion Solar Crest build-up instead, which is just as good of a build-up, but better for his PA and his Hunter. Big minus armor, but damage. This Tri-Lane is dangerous, man. If you get a toss back, you're being pushed into a dazzle with an advantage, and he's going to be able to run you down, not just 1, but perhaps 2, because does get away only because of the fact that, the poison damage. He does have the stick, though, and was able to pop it, but he's not feeling great about his position. He brings a little treads to himself, but he's going to need some regen.
This is the correct play from Gaming, I guess. Like, you have to keep your dazzle in the lane. You can't just let Matthew 3v2 bully Ace out of this off lane while Whisper's doing this, right? That would be a death sentence on this map. I mean, you can fall back a little bit on the Necro Mag, but Necro's not necessarily the best mid to rotate to these side lanes either. Quinn just wants to play his own game. If anything, when you pick these dominating matchups like the Huskar they mentioned that's similar, you want support rotating to very slick sprout here by Matthew. We'll get him out of danger as
going to be slowed down a little bit more, but I think he should be fine. Meanwhile, C-Smile is being punished heavily, so if they keep the pressure, another good thing about this tri-lane, they keep Matthew kind of locked down. He can't help C-Smile out nearly as much.
I mean, there's no helping this matchup. It is not helpful.
They're going to catch him with Tofu. They're going to make sure he dies, and that not only, they get the kill, but now Quinn also has his level 6.
And look at the tower. This is the catapult flag barrier wave. So this is what Gaming want to do. They want to bring support to the winning lane. They know they have the matchup. It's going to get a Tide Hunter teleport just to defend this catapult.
Do we swap lanes now? Put the Magnus in that bottom lane?
I mean, you could. I don't think you want to, but
nobody wants to be mid, that's for sure.
It's an ego thing, you know. No mid player wants to give up on the lane, no matter how bad it is.
No, he didn't beat me. I can still recover. Because gonna be in some trouble. Jumps onto Tofu. Stream Protector can only do so much here. Is he going to be knocked out with a cold feet? Barely gets out of the side of the range. And lacking that stun, they will not be able to kill Pakaz. But it doesn't matter if they kill Pakaz if they're keeping him totally outside of the lane, outside of these daggers. It's like the only CS he's getting now.
The thing is that, like, you're looking at this net worth chart, right? I think EG are okay with this outcome. Just because the Tide's going to be so strong, and you kind of got out of this Mag Necro lane a little bit. Like, Mag Necro lane really could have been a disaster. With just mass rotations going in, creating a pressure point, this tower could be dead. I think that's what Quinn wants in an ideal game, right? So maybe he's getting 70% of this matchup right now. It's still very good for him, but it's not explosive, and it's not necessarily enabling the supports who could have gone there. Though, I will say, Tofu got a lot of XP off top. That's the upside of, I guess, Ace dying here. He's level 4 3/4 here before Wisdom Rune. Yeah. This is like a dream start for a support Tiny. You can do a lot of work in this game, tossing people back. Not a hero we've seen a lot this tournament, but a hero we've seen a lot over the history of TIs for very good reason.
Yeah, you were adamant that he was going to come back for TI. You think he always comes back?
Well, 2 reasons. I mean, 1, toss is a hell of a spell.
Yeah.
And 2, I mean, F1.
Well, that's a pretty good point for it. C-Smile, Quinn is in so deep. Evil Geniuses, though, don't really seem to have a way to be able to punish him. He's just taking away this little hard cam stack C-Smile had going for himself. And if he's not careful, Quinn might go for the kill with Celery nearby, especially Tofu. an opportunity to maybe toss Quinn onto that big Magnus. Panda, who's sticking around a little bit too long, does get spotted. He'll be the victim instead of a Reaper's Sight. He goes down, and Quinn gets his first stack of the game.
Gaming making the correct read, playing up with this Necro, backing up and baiting the jungle. If the mag doesn't want a lane burst, you bring the lane to him.
Look at C-Smile.
The stacking.
He's like, I got like 5 seconds to hit creeps in lane. That's it. Not going to be able to get the power rune, of course. Duraccio cut over to see if he can get the C-Smile kill, and he looks like he may just have him. Time dilation slows him down a bit. He can use the Chronosphere, but he'd really rely on bashes to finish him up.
How good are your bashes?
Aduh, greget
Can
banget
he get
gua.
the bashes required? 4 hits, not quite enough.
They're not very good.
6.
Base-nya nggak keluar.
Looks like they're going to come out C-Smile, and hey, they don't
Untung
need
ada
the bashes,
tofu aja.
apparently, when you just bring enough heroes to the table.
Was almost demoralized.
God, it was.
He's like, surely I'll bash him.
Quinn, meanwhile, did get a double damage. Perfect time for that when nobody's in lane pressuring the tower. Again, against a Treant Protector, it does seem like Gaming Gladiators really put a heavy emphasis on taking the towers before living armor levels are up.
It's the upside of a last pick lane winning matchup, especially for this player. Back to the top of the net worth chart despite the first bloodshed against tower dead at 50 here, and it means early bots he can rotate. So Quinn's going to be pretty active on the map. He can join these fights, look for the Reaper Sight stacks, continue to enable his supports.
Now, Whisper did recognize that. He rushed the Meteor Hammer. No boots, nothing else, just straight Meteor Hammer. He also took a tower in that bottom lane, so it is even in that regard. But it always does feel bad trading towers when you're the one with the Treant Protector.
So maybe another one of those games where it comes down to like how much do
Dap,
you
jangan kok make lu udah
on one side we have
sakit
the Mag
kuping
PA,
gua
a
anjing.
true OG classic, if you want to frame it that way.
Ngentot lu.
You are going to scale very hard and hit very hard and farm the stacks really
Tahu
fast.
sama itu congora pada kayak sampah.
And on the flip side, you have Faceless Void Ancient Apparition. I mean, this is a duo that goes back a long way as another stack goes into Quinn's pocket.
They get him, but they almost all stopped because his TP out. This top lane is in danger. As soon as the Necro shows up, you're like, no. Nobody wants to be there anymore. They immediately vacate the lane, but you can see Quinn, with his boots of travel, can play around the map pretty quickly. He immediately goes to pressure because might even be able to get him too. Avalanche slows him down, and Duraccio shows up for yet another fight. Not that he's needed, but the help might actually be needed here as Quinn's going to keep trying to dive in. The heals are just enough. They got an RP. Skewer back into the tier 2.
Wow.
Throw that Ravage down. Finally get the punish on Quinn. Do not let this man
buat
bully
matiin
you.
Necro-nya ngebuang segitu banyak
Bad
aja.
death for Picaz, and somehow it turns into they get the biggest kill on the map. It's a lot of shared bounty gold too because the whole team showed up.
Man, what a massive difference like 50 HP makes because lives and he goes straight into being able to farm hard camp stack, or excuse me, Ancient. So,
yeah, this is nice. He lives off the living armor and now he gets early in power. That helps him clear through this at a much faster rate than he would have. Otherwise, look at the camp stack. It's all Matthew here.
Sama-sama nge-slow soalnya.
EG,
Gue juga ngambil pas banget ngambil skill 2 early.
Right. Especially when you're ultra on cooldown.
Can Whisper do that for them though?
Pretty hard into the Necropose.
Yeah, when nobody's
Dilempar lagi, ada Dazzle soalnya.
no Reaper's Side, they're gonna try and body block.
Dazzle Necro sih, udah cek nih bisa mati dia nih.
Of a turnaround here, they're just gonna keep running him down, and they will
Mati.
eventually get this kill and start going for that safe lane tower.
This is the battering ram. Just continue to run the Necro into these
Musuh itu yang keras-keras kayak gitu jadi lembek, lihat musuhnya anjing.
This is all absolute free time for the Faceless Void, for the Dazzle. Ace is just going to go straight to the Midas. You already have the Mask Madness up for Duraccio. So both the other two gaming cores, they're just not going to get touched. Quinn is way too much of a menace right now. He's going to make his presence felt. I mean, he's just running behind the tier 2 at 11 minutes. Got to be a little careful.
Game pertama 60 menit.
That, you're not afraid
Game kedua kayak lebih cepet.
Yeah, and I guess this is the time to do that before the Blink Dagger is up on C-Smile, which I assume, similar to Game 1, is going to be his rushed item. I mean, he's got 1,500 gold in the bank right now.
Yeah, probably. You're just way too poor here. Your lane was way too bad, and you're not getting the farm priority to go.
Yeah, 5-5 kan.
Yeah, when you're
I mean,
kind of like this far down, repositioning is
dari
probably
Magnus,
the best way to even the odds.
Ren.
Rushing Blink also doesn't feel great, right?
Yeah.
I think he's debating the Echo Saber into Blink here.
Buat rotnya.
Can't really blame him. You still want to
Udah
be
PA-nya tinggal nyusuk doang anjing ini mah di war.
Yeah. Is there going to be enough space for him to farm with that? Like if he gets the Echo Saber, but you've got a PA Battle Fury, the map is getting small pretty quick.
That's why they made the map bigger.
That's true.
Everybody has space now.
We'll see how much of that space Evil Geniuses can utilize as It's funny, they haven't taken that top tower yet. Gaming Gladiators have almost just kind of been like, yeah, okay, you gave up this space, and now we're gonna slowly bleed you out. Nobody wants to be up there right now because it's so deep on the map. It's
just been Ace.
Bigger. Yeah,
Ace farming it up with very fast Midas. I mean, the early 2 deaths off the Furion rotation, kind of inevitable. You expect 1 or 2 of those, and since then he hasn't been touched. He's just stacking up triangle for himself, going to town. It's gonna be a very fast Dazzle Ags in this game. And until you have some of the blink initiators to create the zone control, I feel like Ace can take over these fights. Which we saw in game 1, he drove a lot of that mid from the 15 to like the 30 or 40 minute mark with the bristle. Yeah, he was untouchable, right? He's trying to set up a similar situation here where you just force these objectives at a pace where you don't feel confident enough to contest them. They're missing big items.
Tau sendiri kan lewatin pohon gitu nggak kelihatan kan. Main ke belakang overgrowth, wah udah nggak main itu Dazzle nanti. Belakang-belakangnya.
Actually used to just be you go Deso, not even the Battle Fury. Here he'll still opt for the Battle Fury, go into the BKB. And I think Bakaz will be pretty strong with that BKB outside of the Chronosphere. That's where that carry-to-carry matchup is going to matter a lot in this game. Who can get vision for Dyrachyo to find the Chrono?
Yeah, because they have the stuns. They get that disable on Dyrachyo, then Bakaz can probably follow it up. He'll burst, kill him real quickly. If he gets jumped by the Chronosphere first, then Gaming Gladiators have all the spells in the world to be able to throw into this one. You can see the Chronosphere, the Ice Blast is going to be one of the deadliest duos.
Sekeras type gitu dimakan
Reaper Scythe on top of that, that's just overkill.
Dazzle, Necro tuh. Ngapain anjing?
Maybe he's saving them for the late game where they may need it most.
I mean, they're not quill sprays, you can't stack them up.
Aghanim Scepter being gone for Ace, he's halfway there. I mean, when you already have the Midas, you're able to lower the cooldown with bad Juju, so you're already going to farm pretty quickly, but once you get that Aghanim Scepter, you're just like one-shotting creep waves, then you hit a neutral camp, you just get so much farm so quickly. But what do you do with that farm? How do you feel about core Dazzle right now?
I think it's insanely good in the late game. Hero scales like an absolute beast. The deceptive part about him is he becomes a physical damage hero. With all the right clicks off the inverse wave and the talents going through, you get minus armor off the bad Juju. It starts to add up. Zero can just kind of win fights out of nowhere. And of course you have permanent Shallow Grave can always be a factor. You can turn into the pseudo Tinker archetype.
Yeah, it's particularly annoying for a carry that is so single target focused.
Yeah, so that's a big factor.
Rame banget
too. Like, you can find Ace in these fights without multiple Shallow Graves going off on big core targets, which are gonna guarantee big heal coming out. Like Shallow Grave on Necro in this game is a problem. Yeah, it's a lot of extra heal, a lot of time that aura is just going to work in the fight. Heartstopper is what this hero's built around now, particularly with this heart into a later Ags build.
Ini bad Jujunya nih naikin ini kan ngasih cooldown reduction juga nggak sih?
Because it might force a situation where Bakaz has to commit in and you just get stuck there even during a BKB duration. It really is up to the big bruisers here for EG between Whisper and C-Smile. You have an RP skewer, you have a Ravage. You need to find and set the fight up for Bakaz so it works in that type of way. And on the flip side, if you're Tofu, we talked about that he had. I mean, you're going to have a fast Tiny Blink in this game. Yeah. He's going to be rich with Arcane Boots on top of it. So if you just toss one of the guys in, the fight gets very awkward for EG very fast.
Yeah,
pasti ke-5-5-nya, 4-4-nya.
Away from the Dazzle is going to be pretty key.
And that blink is finished at 16 on top of Arcane Boots.
Oh, dia main di mid, Dazzle mid.
And you didn't have to lane against Necro, so
that's pretty scary. Hard almost done for Quinn. No blade mail required in this game because he's really not receiving a whole lot of smoke from the EG side. They haven't touched him too much.
Gaming just gearing up for their timing, right? You hit this hard on Necro, you're going to have the Ags on Dazzle. Your team fight becomes so strong at that point in time.
Gonna go for C-Smile, the blink dagger. There's that burst from the Tiny with Ice Blast, the Reaper Sight. It's just a guarantee. You only need a bit of damage. You get him down to close to half. The Reaper Scythe will probably do the rest of the work, but if not, it gets him close enough for the Ice Blast to shatter him.
That's number 4.
4 stack of the game, an extra 8 HP regen permanently for Quinn.
And this trio is, I mean, the synergy is just so good with the Ice Vortex going down, amping up all the magical burst damage. This is where AA feels great. That's why I feel like we're seeing this hero so much more. It's about the Ice Vortex, not the ult for me. I mean, the ult's great, but you drop 3 or 4 of these down in a fight, you have a bunch of extra magic damage going in. even Faceless Void, that combo's existed for a long time because, yeah, your Cold Feet procs, but you're amping all these Bashes and Maelstrom procs.
That's a good point. Hell, the amount of magic damage. And if there's anybody else to throw some spells into that Chronosphere, then all the better.
Oh,
Matthew.
Low priority game.
You guys suck. I'm playing on the high ground here.
I mean, we've all been there.
So he's going to try and pull the Ancients to him with Treants. That's pretty funny.
This is effective, but it's
Masih ada Chronos skill 1 sih dia.
I actually don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, he didn't pull the Ancients to him at all.
Just chilling, man. He's watching Pekka's farm right now.
Hey, oh, here comes the farm. It's coming.
Dia
The thing
ngapain
is,
aja?
couriers are on their way.
I mean, is he really going to TP off a cliff to kill a courier? There's no way.
Oh, one of them's going to get close. Get that one.
He doesn't want it?
No. Oh.
Are you sure this is Matthew?
Yeah, this guy is the courier killing king.
Still on the player cam, right?
10-4. It's a sleepy game right now. Game of Gladiators. Very similar to game number 1, where they take an early lead. It feels like Evil Geniuses have already conceded to just playing for the high ground and playing for the late game rebuttal. But I do have to wonder, I mean, I've heard this phrase, play to win, not play to lose, so many times in TI's history. I do have to wonder, is EG just banking a little bit too much on playing it safe and conservative here? Game of Gladiators seem to have all the space in the world. Anytime they see somebody, they can jump on the panda here, get that kill, and oh hey, look, there's the Tidehunter. Look at that kill as well.
I don't know why Whisper shows there. I think that's, I mean, you just give him the treant, right?
Jadi
Unless you're ready
kertas
to fight
aja.
this with the Phantom Assassin, you're not taking the fight. Your lineup deals 0 damage outside of PA going in and joining the engagement. That's what you're waiting for here. Talking about what is EG's game plan, I mean, it's Pekka's. That's what this team is centered around. The BKB just got finished, so you gave up 2 big kills there in exchange for a Chronosphere. Maybe something EG is okay with it.
Ini kalau misalkan dia kayak gini terus, bener-bener 2-0 anjing.
Give this team room, they build the lead quite fast. All 3
Cuman PA-nya nggak bisa dijamin gitu.
Yeah, you gotta remember, they're a Western European team. They will methodically take a lead over you and grow and grow and grow it. Heard from Quinn in that listen-in last game, right? It's not the Barracks that's gonna win us the game. It's building an advantage and killing them over and over again.
Nah, udah mulai keluar nih.
I mean, to be fair though, Barracks was what kind of won them that game.
It did. Yeah.
And Blink on Mag. So Z-Smile, he stopped off for the Echo Saber, will now finish the Blink. You gotta get something going if you're EG here. I don't know how much you just want to rest on PA 1v5 in the game. I mean,
yeah, you can't say the game plan at 7 minutes is let's let them go high ground, guys. That's when we'll stop them. Hey, look at the courier play.
Yeah, there it is. The pentagram of Tormentor death.
I'm telling you, man, it's so valued to be able to have a hero that can solo Tormentor. And Bristleback does that, Dazzle does it.
Yeah, for a Tiny Shard.
Well, Tiny Shard isn't
beda
the best,
emang anjing.
Hey, that's why you can solo it, because you didn't commit very many resources
pro
for
player
it, right?
anjing, smart play.
And now you can get the second Tormentor at 30 minutes. Okay, there we go. There's the Blink Dagger reveal. Jump back onto Tofu doesn't feel very good at all. Jirachio gets a pretty decent time dilation. Overgrowth is going to be put to work here. Reaper's Sight doesn't quite finish him off, but they should have the damage.
Living armornya.
Really don't seem to have a whole lot going on here. Because tries to jump in, pops his BKB, immediately trying to go for Celery. This is just not working for EG. They're throwing a lot of spells, and not a lot of heroes are taking damage on the side of Game of Gladiators. It is all easily being undone by the Dazzle heals.
Berarti Torment tuh, Torment hitungannya unit ya, berarti ya semakin banyak unitnya.
Yeah, might as well. You just watch EG throw a bunch of spells around. It's not like they're going to be fighting you anytime soon.
He saved up all the bashes.
He did.
Put him to good use as he'll Chrono the Tidehunter yet again. That was a fight without the Chronosphere, which is why EG were looking for with your Blink reveal, okay initiation, and your BKB on PA that yielded.
Keren cok, tadi GG main anjing.
So if you're EG, you are not feeling great about it. Terus ini. How soon can we do Roshan?
Yeah, that's the worst part is they built a second item BKB.
Rotasinya nih Dazzle juga masih nge-pull terus ini.
So you could have gone for this slower route, and it does seem like EG, they said, hey, we need to actually, you know, we need to punch Game of Gladiators in the nose and make them hurt a little bit, but that one didn't hurt at all.
And they're still missing the Vessel charges on Matthew. He just finishes the Vessel. He went for that after the Solar Crest. We're talking about the anti-healing being a way that you can commit on these heroes without committing Pekka's in himself. I mean, not if you're sitting at 0. It's almost time to TP into the fountain, like I always say. I mean, it's valuable to a degree here. You do not want to give an Aegis to gaming with this type of lineup because they will push the objectives very efficiently. I mean, you're worried about like a skewer backed, but not with how tanky your heroes are. And then Aegis will allow that, right?
Yeah, at least not for like when it comes to these tier. Like they can take all the towers off the map.
And then control Ancients.
Second, third,
Wih,
fourth, fifth
gua
Roshan
parin
again if they need to.
Magani punya.
Octarine done for Ace. He's ready to fight again. Ags closing in for
Nyari
Quinn. In
lagi.
fact, it is flying out on the courier right now. So 2 more huge team fight items for gaming. These heroes are just fully online, basically.
Now they did just get a
Type-nya dimakan lagi,
very
anjing.
small win, and it's immediately neutralized by the fact that we get a kill on Whisper. Managed to get the BKB charge out of Duraccio. Didn't mean much because it doesn't seem like EG are going to be able to fight, particularly not without Whisper. God's still playing around though. We'll see. Get the jump, they get the RP on the 2 on the Dazzle.
Nice.
Can they kill him fast enough before the Shadow Grave? They get the skewer, and that's
Over,
just
bro.
enough. Quinn tried to
Mati.
jump in, give the extra heal,
Necronya
and
kuat
he is
banget,
doing a
anjing.
lot of damage. Remember, this hard Aghanim
Oh,
Scepter
Necronya kuat banget,
tons
Cok.
of damage over time, and that's why Bakaz vacated the area and just went for other kills. They're just going to leave Quinn alone, kite him around. They're doing this beautifully, but can they kill him?
Tanky boy right there. You have another chrono coming up in 8 seconds here, so if you're watching the clock on EG,
oh, he's going to jump under Duraccio.
Oh,
Knows the beat back,
dilompatin.
and the time walk is down, but the goal Chronosphere is coming up, and he gets him right on the edge. Quinn,
Timing, anjing.
he's going to help with the damage. They're going to try and skew him away, but
Belum mati.
Duraccio.
Giving armornya, Cok.
And TP's out.
what a mana from Bakaz. He just believes in the crit more than the bash.
And what a play from C Smile to bring
bailed
Quinn
him
out of the range of Bakaz.
Absolutely bailed him out there. Panda adding in the extra heals from Leech Seed. These are no joke on a high armor Agi hero.
Apakah gamenya akan
Flirting
mulai
with
ke-flip?
danger here, but now you got a
Karena
pretty
PE-nya
decent
udah
team fight
mulai
win, and
jadi.
you got the chrono out of them as well. So if you're Bakaz, you're really happy about that outcome.
Yeah,
because the second your BKB's back up, you might just take another fight. And this is what EG are looking for every time. Find Ace out of position
ketangkap
and
2
punish
Tiny
him hard.
Dazzle.
You get the dazzle first, the team fight just opens wide, right?
Yeah. You also actually you have the mobility to get away from Quinn.
Necronya sih.
I mean, he got away from Quinn. He killed Celery in the river.
Yeah.
Even more efficient here. If you have Reaper, this fight might
Itu
look
bingung
very
nih.
different. But again, you're abusing the big
Apa
cooldowns here.
izinnya?
Something
Ini
gaming have to be aware
gimana
of in
cara
this.
nge-kill.
That's a big win. Kills a lot of momentum in this game. Puts Bakaz in a
Sini
much
chronanya
stronger
5
position
detik
here. It
dan
stalls out that
timing
objective
banget.
taking the gaming we're going for.
You know, this was my biggest concern is that EG was just playing
Dan
too
tegak banget sih
passive.
loh.
That kind of
Dijauhin
play is
anjing.
what you need out of Bakaz.
Sama Magnusnya.
That's playing. You were saying, are they playing not to lose? That's playing to win.
Ngeri,
Absolutely.
Cok.
That is absolutely playing to win here, and it's going to set the Faceless Void back a step against this Phantom Assassins. That lead opens
No.
up to 2,500, almost 3,000 gold between those two carries. That's what you're looking for in terms of differential here to create the openings in the fight. It's a lot about this carry matchup in this game. It's been very close so far.
LHGPF.
Can EG open up something in this game too, where similar to game 1, Gaming have just
Dari
controlled the map
statistik
better, they
carry sih
controlled
masih
the
menang
objectives better,
EG
have got
ya.
more Tormentors, more Roshans, and they're looking to add to that total, and it'll be uncontested yet again.
Yeah, again, they have a way to do it pretty damn quickly. Maybe not as fast as game 1. EG did just pick up an important item, the Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter, so now they have Blink RP, Skewer back into Ravage. Like, if they catch multiple heroes in one of these AoE disables, then that could just be the fight right away.
So the Aegis on Duraccio, it likely prevents EG from going on him first, but again, they are looking for Ace. All right, that is so much what it's about.
Yeah.
This team fight is going to come down to positioning. Where is Ace? How aggressive are you forcing objectives, and who do you show? And do you have mechanisms to get vision?
And that's why he's going for the Blink Dagger, right? So he can deal with that Ravage AoE. He can play super far back, out of sight, out of mind, and then jump in at the right time to get the Shallow Grave.
I mean, you probably even consider like Blink BKB in this game. Just guarantee you're not too afraid of this Ravage. Though you don't necessarily need the BKB. It is, confidence and positioning definitely wins you games. So how much are you going to get with this Aegis period? And how afraid are EG to fight into it right now? Because Bakaz just finished a Basher. He also got Orbit Destruction. I mean, he is melting right now with Living Armor plus Empower on top of this Phantom Assassin. This is truly a buff your carry and let him shine lineup right now. And I mean, he's just firing on all cylinders. Almost has level 20 as well. Of his choice of a tier 3 token.
It's going to be scary, scary stuff when this PA comes on the battlefield. But Game of Gladiators have the advantage. 6,000 net worth lead. They have an Aegis in the hands of Dyrachyo. He's working towards that MKB, working towards the answer to the Phantom Assassin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Scan on the triangle right now. EG are smoked. Gaming know they're there.
Yeah, they know they're there. Are they expecting the initiation, though? Will they be able to react in
Udah di 5-5 semua.
Whoop. Pintu comes in. The Chronosphere only catching the Magnet. And the Overgrowth is going to stop the damage, too. Oh, the Ravage will be able to follow this up. An absolute disaster for Game of Gladiators and Evil Genius. They will feast in this fight. It'll take away the Aegis. Dyrachyo's back into play, and Yak wins back with a shield to remind that. Oh, Shellgrave just at the right time to be able to bail out Dyrachyo. They finish up the tree, but Dyrachyo fighting for his life right now. Great Avalanche to be able to cover him up, but the Shallow Graves are just won't die. He will not die. Finally, because deals with them, but the damage is done. Dyrachyo lives.
Ace coming up huge in a team fight that could have been a disaster with Quinn going bottom. Instead, just keeps Dyrachyo alive way too damn long. Wears out the PA BKB, and suddenly you are caught in a man fight that just went on far past its expiration here.
Yeah, I didn't think a second life was going to be enough for Dyrachyo, but when he gets a third life and a fourth life off the Shallow Graves.
How many Aegis is enough, right?
Yeah.
That is why finding that Dazzle is paramount for EG in these engagements. We are seeing the power of this pick in this type of lineup when you have the leaps, when you have the Necro heals coming through. And that was with Vessel on Dyrachyo that expired just before that last Grave did as well. So you might have even gotten Dyrachyo post back. This is just not what gaming we're looking for, right? You have Overgrowth on the BKB Void during Chrono, and Pekaz gets to come in after all of it. But he chose to go on Dyrachyo here instead of Ace. Ace is in the back.
Yep,
and then he couldn't find him because of the blink. So maybe Pekaz just didn't see him there. Or he had the prioritization of the Void because Chrono was down. But damn, did those Graves just destroy the back end of this fight.
Yeah, the heals are out of control. When the Shallow Grave is used, it's amping up the heal. And that includes not just the Necrophos impact, but also the Time Walk impact.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, he's just like, whatever, man, you crit me twice, cool. But he already did his job.
Yep.
That was with a Reaper Sight on a Treant.
And Necrophos not there for the first engagement.
And they still won that fight convincingly. Shows you the power of this lineup when it all comes together. And now you have an MKB done on your Faceless Void, plus the level 20 talent. So the damage just went through the roof here for Dyrachyo in these fights. And the items just continue to pour in. 10k gold lead. I mean, you have Matthew to make up some of it, right? Furion will always find net worth on the map if he can get to what I assume is an Ags being built up.
Yeah.
Pretty nice Ags game. It's very close to it. 600 away. That disarm en route is going to be pretty good here because he forces Dyrachyo into a tough position. This Furion ult flies through. Dyrachyo isn't happy. He BKBs, then you get Overgrowth.
Oh, what a quick blink away from C-Smile right as Tofu tried to pounce there.
And this Tiny is still massive, right? You're still looking at Blink, 4-Staff, Yule's Tiny for Tofu. So the control, the disable, you also always have that Jerax play where you can toss someone into the Chrono.
Yeah, yeah.
Even if you're around the Chrono and not in it, you're not safe if you're on EG side. And once more, just run Quinn in first. Let the Necrophos frontline here with the Aura. It's pretty hard for him to get bursted. You're afraid of a skewer threat, but that's also what that Tiny Yules can interrupt.
Dire's middle tower.
All the itemization for gaming is hitting a really big stride right now. I mean, they're only missing that Aegis.
Dire's courier has
feels like they run.
Oh, how's it feel, Matthew, to have your courier?
What if there's a special bit of mitigation you get out of that? Well, Matthew, I mean, very similar to game one. As you said, the Furion's going to be out on the map the whole time. He's also going to be cutting creep waves, which is going to be super annoying. And you're doing that with a PA who's always off the map in a way, thanks to Blur.
Yep. You're always going to find the side lane farm. Very hard to stop for game. I mean, their catch is also pretty limited, right? Is it even worth trying to catch them? Probably not.
All right, let's go ahead and take a listen into Game of Gladiators with that clutch move from Ace.
I'm dead. Grave me. I can grave you again, I can grave you again. Stun in two. I grave you again. Bullshit. I can grave you again. I grave you again. Kill PA.
Hey, great communication. Clear and concise. They can grave you again.
I mean, that's top tier Dazzle gameplay right there. I mean, right, what else are you supposed to do?
What does Dazzle bring to the late game team fights?
Grave.
That's what he
And grave and grave.
and grave. And more graves. But wait, there's more.
I mean, you know, don't hate the hero.
Hate the ability.
Hate Valve for making the hero into the abomination it is now, right?
18 to 10, 12,000 net worth lead for Game and Gladiators. Very much a repeat of game one where they hold clear control of the game. They hold the map. They are much stronger in the fights right now. Question is going to be, how much do you need to be able to go high ground against a crazy repositioning spell? Last time it was the kick. This time it's going to be the skewer back. Evil Geniuses also have like more dangerous team fight. I mean, if things go really wrong for Game and Gladiators,
it can go really wrong. Yes.
Their
positioning and spacing should be pretty good, right? They don't have a lineup that needs to clump very much. They can have the Tiny go in. They can have Duraccio watch the fight develop. Ace is never in theory going to succeed until he makes his presence felt. Yeah, just the again, though, the high ground is not easy because of the displacement and the Magnus. It's going to stall this game out, particularly with Living Armor, and that means how much can Phantom Assassin carry the game? It's a very similar situation to last time. Does Bakaz have the capability to 1v5 with a hero that was the 1v5 king in the previous patch? Does have his act completed, also got a Titan Sliver, which is just mega nice here because you're getting extra base attack damage on a hero that utilizes it better than almost any other carry.
I don't know what kind of read Gaming Gladiators have, but I feel like they could take a lot off the map right now just because I don't think they can, EG can play the next team fight without a nullifier.
How about that?
Because you got an Aeon Disc now on this Dazzle. So there's pretty much no chance you're going to be able to catch him first in the fight, or second, and even if you catch him third, then he's not going to die immediately.
I mean, Bakaz is definitely eyeing it up. When you have two routes, right? You can go this nullifier. You can also just play for the level 25 dagger talent with a divine. Play that type of game, which is something that 1PA a lot of games. You just play on the backline. You don't commit the hero. You commit triple dagger going in off the right damage. Then maybe you're not too worried about dispelling anybody because it's going to get insta-pop. Meanwhile, Duraccio, he just wants to find the enemy carry here. He seems to know exactly where he is.
Yeah, he's just running straight to him. And Bakaz immediately has to jump over to see Smile, but not a great position to be because Ace is lying in white. Bakaz, they got a full lead get out of here. Duraccio, with his own BKB usage, isn't actually going to be able to pursue in the back line. See Smile, anything to stop him? Duraccio can't get there in time. I'll take the ward. That's all they'll get.
Duraccio had some god tier read of where Bakaz was or something. He just ran across the map into him. Breaks that vision, but cannot find the chrono, leaps the wrong way. So EG escaped for now. Even running into issues catching them on the map. They're continuing to build the lead. Looking for Matthew up here. They're sick of getting ratted.
And they will find him.
Shouldn't have to use the chrono either. No mana to use it actually, so.
Sprouted. But he time walks right on top of him, does get it now. He's time walk though. The crit Bakaz immediately ravage into the
and
now get that kill. And yeah, now with the carry dead, they feel confident, but they got to be careful about Quinn.
Langsung ditangkap sama itunya.
Bakaz able to take advantage of this, they may not have the damage. They try and use the overgrowth the same, but it's already dead. Bakaz is gone, the damage is gone. The Evil Geniuses need to get out of here, but they're going to be slowed down to a crawl. The instant apparition with the vortex and the toss up in the air. And the ever-constant annoying presence of Quinn will just heckle Evil Geniuses, laughing him down all the way to the grave as they're going to lose 2 and maybe a third core. We see Smile being tossed up in the air. Gets in front of him, but he got a blink away to the side. Perhaps he lives.
So it's a carry for carry trade with a buyback on Matthew. I mean, Bakaz had the correct read, but maybe underestimating how much damage Quinn does on his own with these Vortex throwing down. I mean, Heartstopper did almost 900 to Bakaz there. That's enough to just guarantee the Reaper. You gotta remember, his BKB was on cooldown.
That deep on that very important from Quinn. They see Matthew, they're gonna catch him. They've got the Hex to stop him from keeping away, and the damage over time will complete.
It's a dieback. 7 minutes, no Fury on here. You're missing the Vessel, you're missing that Axe. It's Wrath of Nature.
70 seconds, we'll see him again, but yeah, opportunity for Roshan number 2.
Mana Pakasnya
pretty valuable.
This Necro's just getting massive, man.
He's got 4,000 HP, 37 minutes.
Si Queen-nya ini cok.
Absolutely huge, and he has a lot
Si
of
Queen-nya ya.
charges too. That's the thing with the heart
Sama
axe build this
Dazzle-nya,
year,
aduh.
ramping up how much this heart stopper does. It's just so much extra regen from 8 stacks. What do you do versus him? You have to sacrifice somebody, it feels like.
Yeah. This is the second Roshan of this game, right?
Yep.
That means that Game of Gladiators have taken 7 Roshans in a row against Evil Geniuses in this series.
Sounds about right, yeah.
That doesn't feel like a great winning formula for EG.
No, I don't know the exact stat on that, but it's probably pretty good.
I have to imagine a team who takes 7 Roshans in a row in a series probably has a 100% win rate. But we'll see. EG has made some magic happen before in some of these crazy games. They tried to do it in game 1, wasn't quite enough. Game of Gladiators, very disciplined in that game.
So much depends on Pakaz's decision making in these fights. Who he jumps, how he jumps, and when. It's not easy when you have the Dazzle save. And how much farm Ace has as well, man. He's full arcane blink.
Got him.
He is the Tinker now. I mean,
Yep. He's got level 25, so when you get hit by the poison touch, you're not moving. And he's spamming out spells non-stop. He's gonna get to level 30 super quickly because of this constant use of bad juju, lowering the cooldown on the Hand of Midas. On top of the farm, he's gonna be cleaning up around the map, which just means the rest of his team, as you said, Tinker, means everybody else can play grouped up because they don't have to worry about the lanes.
yeah, suddenly Dazzle's a map mobility hero.
Yeah.
With no cooldown blink and a Hex. Never thought you'd see the day.
Gotta keep up. Cheese drops for somebody.
It is why when you were asking, you know, what's the late game look like for a game? This is what it looks like. It's absolutely toxic as hell and disgusting as hell, and I wish EG the best of luck here. So it's getting to a point where you have 6 seconds of debuff immunity for Pakaz. What's happening before and after that, right? Not much good for you on the side of EG because your other 4 heroes are built around him cleaning everybody up.
Yeah.
And he can only do so much. There's a lot of HP to get through here, a lot of spells, a lot of saves.
I love how they keep on covering Ace too. The bots too, directly onto the Dazzle. The Tiny TPing behind him, just making sure he's within striking distance if needed. And you can see here,
very aggressive.
Yeah, Shallow Grave is going to be locked down. Oh, the anchor on him is going to be a problem here. Constant Shallow Graves, can they get a stun in there somewhere to be able to stop him? Ravage is going to be used, and finally can they finish him off? Bastion's required to use the RP. That'll finish him off with a nullifier put on to Quinn. He is also going to be in trouble. Ice Avalanche, oh, Scholar Cycle just enough. It covers them and finishes
kuat
off
banget.
because Quinn will live
Nekronya.
as a result, and now the Chrono
Dibalikin lagi. Wah, rata.
Smile, but it doesn't matter. Jirachi will hunt him down all the stage.
Ngeri cok. Rata 2-0.
Even with a great fight setup for EG, they just get completely shut down. 2 buybacks out from gaming. It is worth noting on the Ancient Apparition and that Ace Dazzle. There's been a massive problem for them. But Reaper plus the Heartstopper is enough to kill Pakaz basically solo in these fights.
Game of Gladiators are going to get so much done here. They do need to because they use some buybacks for that fight, but with an extra kill onto Panda makes things a whole lot easier. Once they get through this tier 3 tower, they don't have to worry about the living armor.
And Tofu's been so annoying with these avalanches going off. The utilities provided, keeping his cores alive.
I mean,
that's a stellar game.
Is EG just going to lose to Megas here? Because I'm not sure if they could do anything.
They have
with
5
their heroes as there are. Yeah, they've got 3 heroes with buyback, but no RP, no Ravage. I don't think they could take a fight to Game of Gladiators. I think that would straight up just be the end of the game if they tried to fight.
I mean, the other hope was, you know, Divine Rapier, Triple Dagger. Pakaz just never got to it. A couple bad fights, Gaming take advantage of it, and suddenly, yeah, your whole base is gone here. Unless you're willing to commit the Phantom Assassin buyback right now.
Does Game of Gladiators, I want to try and close it out right here because they might get caught on their way getting out of the base with this Megas. 5 seconds for the PA.
You have no RP, no Ravage. You got to keep that in
toss
mind.
up in the air. C-Smile not able to get the initiation he wanted. Has to BKB skewer out of it. That's not good for EG. They needed a good skewer away to be able to make this fight work. And now it's Game of Gladiators. Seemingly in the clear, Panda tries to jump in, hoping to be able to catch Ace. Doesn't quite get him. They're looking for Ace, but they want him so badly. Matthew's even teleporting in aggressively to find him, but Ace is already gone. He's out of there. Nobody can follow him in. And Evil Geniuses, they'll surely have to give this one up. And in fact, they may even because the Reaper Sight's going to be used with the Ice Blast coming in. The toss up in the air, and that is enough. Another buyback available for sure, but the Megas are in, and Gaming Gladiators are going to force as much out of you as possible. A Skewer going to be used. Dyrachio into the fountain. Okay,
yeah, just doesn't
put
care.
that Aegis to use, I guess.
Because he can get Grave forever.
Oh, he's going to Chronosphere him, stopping the fountain damage, and there he goes. He gets both of those kills. Buyback's going to be used, but that's it. GG are going to cause Gaming Gladiators no 60-minute game here. They will take the advantage, and they will bury you in the dirt with it.
Ah, what a rough way to go out if you're EG. Because buyback on a Phantom Assassin after the game has already been called. Just nothing came together for them, and a very convincing series from Gaming overall in terms of the map control. That's really what this came down to. Both games 1 and 2, every objective going their way. Every tier 2 using it to get into Roshan, to get an Aegis, to translate into more map control, to take away Ancients, to propel all 3 cores into a position where, okay, maybe you go in with your ults, your carry, you kill one of us with a Dark Willow or a PA. What happens after that? Okay, you can kill Dyrachio. Quinn's just going to solo you with Heartstopper, an Avalanche, and a Reaper. It's too many threats to deal with right now for this EG that kind of went into like a 4 protect 1 style that's an older school meta. It felt very defensive. You were saying, are they playing not to lose? It did feel very defensive on their side, and we're used to seeing them aggressive.
And maybe that's the problem, right? EG, they were dominant in the first half of the season, but unfortunately they're going to fall out here. Gaming Gladiators will take it moving forward in the losers bracket.
An unfortunate 2-0 for EG, but a massive 2-0 for Gaming Gladiators. That first game might have gone almost 70 minutes, but in this game number 2, they wanted to be in and out of that game as quick as possible. And they had a fantastic display. That last pick, Necro doing work, but also the first pick, Dazzle Purge, was just instrumental in making sure the team could stay alive.
Yeah, it was very effective that game. He got as much gold as we expected with the Midas. They slowed down the game a bit, but then in those mid-game fights, the vulnerabilities that were there to the PA were just solved by the Grave in a lot of cases due to great skill execution. So just very, very well played by the Gladiators.
Yeah, and I feel, Quinn, he does finish the game 17-11, but for me, I got to give a big shout out to Tofu. The way that he was playing that early game, even throughout playing a position 4 Tiny, we don't see it too often, but he was connecting the dots for his team and just bringing everyone into the fight, just being super annoying, and yeah. That Ace, Dazzle, that fight around 30 minutes. The one time that EG doesn't decide to go on him, he gets to blink away from all 5 heroes, then hit the Grave on the Void, turn around the fight. In the moment where EG thought they could maybe come back into the game, a lot of clutch plays coming out from Gaming.
Yeah, that was that exact fight that I marked down as well, because a couple of them beforehand had gone in the way of EG. I'm like, hold on, were they cooking with something that we didn't know much about? Could EG do this out? And there were those moments, but unfortunately not able to make it happen for themselves here today.
Oh, he had such good moments, like right here. I thought Pakaza's involvement in the fights around this time were really amazing. Like getting there, not just AFK farming, being able to maybe like turn the game on those pivotal seconds. Like this is great. Really nice involvement. And he gets out. I think that fight in general was like kind of scuffed though. Just like obviously them not focusing the Dazzle.
Here's big fight, right with Ace. You're going to see after the chrono, so PA jumps to the north, and then Dazzle's positioning, it's like, at what point, why doesn't anyone from EG turn around and hit him?
He blinks, I think, right?
Yeah, no, of course, but there's multiple options.
Yeah.
The fact that it delayed so long, and then now he's on the far left side of the fight, free casting his spells, keeping the Void alive, and it was difficult for sure. EG, they've got Overgrowth, RP, Ravage.
That jump there from PA, like I understand the first one because Dazzle had blinked out of range of vision, but that second jump onto Faceless Void and not going for the Dazzle was so dumb. Sorry.
Hey, sometimes we're going to call a spade, it's a high-pressure situation, a lot of emotions, a lot of things going on for them. It was something very costly at the end of the day for them for game number 2. They couldn't keep that momentum going for themselves, and it does result. Gaming Gladiators 2-0 winning the series. So let's get some words from them. I do know Pyrian has Tofu joining him right now.
I do. Thank you, Nat. I'm here with Tofu, who was just part of that Gaming Gladiators team with a convincing 2-0 win. Game 1 looked pretty close, but Game 2 looked like you guys were having fun with it and enjoying yourselves. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, I think that's fine to say. Like, coming into this matchup, I thought we're gonna be playing aggressive, like we wanna play up on them and kind of go ham, but eventually I don't know if it's nerves,
Harusnya
first
mereka
game on
langsung main
stage,
lagi
or
aja
the
nggak
setup
ya?
is a bit shaky. I don't know, everything felt a bit off and we still tried to push it. So like, I don't know, it seemed pretty hard, maybe entertaining as well. Like, it was a very tough match. They're good players after all. But then within coming into the second game, I think like everyone got their mind sort of at ease, and like we knew what to do and how to handle them. So I think we're pretty happy with the outcome now, and yeah, it was pretty good.
Nice. You mentioned nerves. That was something Quinn talked about. We had a little profile piece before the series. He talked about getting over nerves and for the big stage. You as a team this year have obviously had a stellar year. Conquering nerves is obviously something you guys have done collectively. Would that be fair?
It's hard to say overall, because I wouldn't say nerves is a thing that necessarily should pressure you. Like, it can also help you in a way that if we had a good run and we were champions, that we are confident and we believe in our ideas and we play on it, and what other people think doesn't necessarily have to affect us. It's basically what we make up for ourselves, with changes from tournament to tournament over time, like how we perceive things and how we think other people see us. But I think right now we're not really an underdog, but we're not the champion here for everyone, and also in this lower bracket run, I think like it was shifting over the course of this tournament, but right now I think everyone's super comfortable and we're just going to play our game and see how far we go.
Fantastic. And last question, just quickly. You got 9 Pandas up next. Is that a series you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to every game. It's pretty fun to play on the stage. We got fans, we got crowd. It's something different than just playing from the hotel. And it's always fun to play them. I feel like we've had quite some games against them in qualification, elimination matches on stage. It's going to be fun, yeah.
Well, we're all looking forward to it. I'm glad you are as well. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian and Tofu. Beautiful answers there from him. Talking about those nerves, how it's not really linear, you know? You can't explain it in a way that all of a sudden it disappears, all of a sudden it's in your advantage. But I do know that they are fan favorites, especially in that matchup. So many Gaming Gladiators enjoyers in the house. I mean, there's also EG fans out there, and because we're not going to
here, yeah.
Yeah, you're still on the panel. I mean, congrats to Gaming Gladiators. They're top 12 right now. They do need to do another best of 3 before they get top 8. That's the series that Pyrian was talking about. But yeah, EG, let's talk about them more because it is the last time we're going to see them. Some takeaways for them and what your hopes are for them next year when the time does come around for a lot of these players.
I mean, I think they looked really solid today. It's just they had a really tough matchup there against the Gladiators. Gladiators played like their old selves. EG played solid with some cool ideas, but they weren't quite up to match against them. So tough break for
dulu, Jeng. Kalau pakai ya. Kasar banget, Cok. Kasar banget ya. Parah. Nih Andi jangan lupa ya. Chatin terus tuh AGRP RZ.